Hey. Yeah. I'll send it in there. Numbers have changed. Once? I know, yeah.
Okay, can you make sure everybody's coming in? Are everybody in? Okay. Good. General Secretary to call the roll.
Morning conference, Region 1. Region 2. Region 3. Region 4.
15.
Region 5. Region 7. And online we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and a little one. Thanks, conference.
Okay, conference. We've had a delay with Ian Byrne. That's why he's not here. But he is coming.
It's on the M6 somewhere.
Yeah, he's stuck on the M6, or in a car park, some might call it. So we're going to go back to the motion. So I'm going to call motion 34, which is branch 582. Is that your pen back?
This microphone's getting lower. Morning all.
Good job you didn't say good.
Go on, Andy Merton, branch 582, sorry. Parity on free bus passes. That this conference agrees that free bus passes across England should be the same as in London, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. Linking the rest of England to the rising state retirement age is unfair and equality across the UK should be demanded. The reality is that transport policy is highly fragmented across regions and there are district barriers to achieving this unified standard. The devolution of power has allowed free travel outside of England across the UK, all except London. Londoners get free travel at 60 as a localised perk designed to support older residents, encourage use of public transport and boost the local economy. It operates as a bridge for people who are older but have not yet reached the official national pension age. These concessions act as a vital financial lifeline for seniors facing living costs, preventing isolation, and enable older Londoners to access medical appointments and volunteer for their communities. But for the rest of England, it's clear that these very same older residents are not worthy of this support network. It's unfair. Please support.
Seconder. Formally seconded. Formally seconded. Thank you very much. Speakers.
Neve Bland, branch 429, Warburton's Burnley. I support this motion. It is simply not fair that where you live determines when you can access free bus travel. People in London and across Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland are able to use public transport earlier, while those in the rest of England are forced to wait longer as the state pension age continues to rise. This creates a clear inequality. Workers who have paid in all their lives should not be disadvantaged because of their postcode. Free bus travel is not just a benefit, it is about independence, access to services, staying connected to communities and reducing isolation, particularly for older people. If we are serious about fairness across the UK, then parity must be delivered. Everyone should have the same entitlement regardless of where they live. I urge conference to support this motion and call for equal access to free bus passes across the whole of England.
George Hoy, branch 703, Irwin's Bakery, Region 7, Chair of Health and Safety meeting, and also member of the National Health and Safety Committee. National President, General Secretary, EC delegates. Wee bit of info for the people from Northern Ireland. We get when you reach 60 years of age, you get a smart pass that gets you free travel for any bus or any train in Northern Ireland. When you hit 65, it gets you free travel for the whole of Ireland. But north or south, doesn't matter what. Yeah, it's a good thing, so it is. I ask conference to accept accept this notion.
Any more speakers? Go ahead, La. It was my impression of Joey off bread.
Well, he wasn't a true Scouser.
Neither am I.
John Owens, Branch 432, AB Liverpool, speaking on behalf of the Executive Council, who ask you to support this motion. We believe that concessionary travel for older people should be available consistently across the whole UK, not just in some regions. The mover did miss out my region in the list of regions that had free bus travel, Liverpool City region. In Liverpool, people over 60 benefit from free travel on buses, trains and the Mersey ferries. I know I don't look it and people might be surprised, but I benefit from that because I'm over 60. And those who are friends of mine on Facebook will know that on my days off, I'm either in Chester or Southport or all over the Wirral or on the Mersey ferry, all free. A UK-wide scheme would help older people remain independent, active and connected to their communities. It would reduce social isolation, improve access to healthcare, shops and social activities and allow people to maintain their quality of life for longer. It would also encourage greater use of public transport, helping to reduce car dependency, ease congestion and support environmental goals. Most importantly, a consistent national scheme would be fairer. Older people should not receive different levels of support simply because of where they live. A clear UK-wide entitlement should be easier to understand, easier to administer and would ensure equal treatment for all. Please support.
Okay, conference to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Thank you very much. That's carried. Unanimous? He said carried. 35. I forgot to lift the number, but you managed it anyway, which is great.
That's all right, your wife's here to keep me right today.
What?
Joe witnessed that racism there, didn't you? Chris McGill, Branch 503, Warburton's Bells Hill, moving motion 35. Supporting workers with long-term sickness and an ageing workforce. Conference for too long, many of our workers have found themselves in an unfortunate position of working in their later years to only find out they're not fit enough to carry out the duties they were able to do when they were younger and fitter. We call on employers to find roles for those workers, many of whom have given 20 to 30 years service to the employer instead of managing out their own capability. There are many solutions to this, such as winding down with no detriment to their home pay, job sharing, making sure that there are health plans in place as part of their terms and conditions. The motion is just about making sure we make employers responsible for looking after long-term sick and making sure employers carry out their duty of care to these people instead of throwing them on the scrap heap. It's quite straightforward. Please support the motion.
Seconder. Formally seconded. Speakers? Way.
Owen Burgess, Branch 429, Warburton's Widnes. I understand the intentions behind this motion and agree that workers with long service deserve respect and support. However, I oppose this motion as it stands. Whilst it calls for employers to guarantee alternative roles and maintain pay without detriment, it is not always practical or sustainable. It's not always practical or sustainable across all workplaces. Not every employer will have suitable adjusted roles available, and imposing blanket expectations risks creating commitments that cannot realistically be delivered. There's also a need to balance fairness across the workplace. Providing significant adjustments for some roles without flexibility could place pressure on colleagues on already stretched services. What we should be focusing on is strengthening reasonable adjustments, improving occupational health support and ensuring fair processes, rather than setting expectations that may be difficult to implement in practice. We need solutions that are realistic, workable and fair for all workers. For these reasons, I cannot support this motion.
Julie Summersgill, branch 452, Park Hake, Holden. I'm here to support this motion. I'm one of these elderly workforce. I've got restrictions in place. That's been managed through the Occupational Health Department and the company doctor that says what you can and cannot do in the workplace. It's on a computer listing, the managers can see it. You know, some of your co-workers might put pressure on you and might not be happy, but I always say to them, you don't know what's around the corner. You don't know what might be happening to you tomorrow. Might be next week, next month. You know, we should be supporting these people, and the company do have a duty of care to look after you. And it's also very, very difficult for people, some people to get benefits for whatever restriction, whatever ailment they've got. It's so difficult. So to keep these people in work, give them something to look forward to and strive that they feel useful in the community and in the workplace, then we should be supporting that. You know, we do have reduced hours for people to come in when they've been on long-term sick. We've got a gentleman still working for us who's 72. He's just had open heart surgery and he's wanted to return to work. Obviously, can't do the job he was doing previously, but they found him a job on the end of a packing line. So he's currently doing 4 hours a week. That will build up over the next 5-6 weeks till he's back full time. So, you know, don't knock it and say, I understand peer pressure and people aren't happy, they might have to work that bit harder, but just remember, you're going to be old yourself one day and you might have a problem yourself, so please support this motion.
Any other speakers? No.
John Owens, branch 432, AB Liverpool, speaking on behalf of the EC, who asks you to support this motion. Many workers spend decades carrying out physical demanding roles involving manual handling, repetitive movements, bending, lifting, carrying and long hours on their feet. After years of service, the last thing they want is to be pushed down the capability route. The job has taken toll on their bodies. Older workers bring enormous value to their workplace. They carry years of experience, knowledge and practical skills that cannot be easily replaced. They mentor young colleagues, help maintain standards and provide stability in sectors already facing significant skill shortages. When a worker begins to struggle because of age-related changes or the effects of lifetime of work, the answer should not be to force them down the capability route. That approach risks losing skilled and dedicated employees who still have much to contribute. Instead, employees should focus on support and retention. This means providing flexible working arrangements where possible, retraining and upskilling opportunities, reasonable workplace adjustments, occupational health assessments, and a phased retirement option for those who want them. These measures benefit both workers and employers. They help retain valuable experience, reduce recruitment and training costs, improve morale, and demonstrate a genuine commitment to dignity and respect at work. Workers who have given years of service deserve support, not punishment. They deserve opportunities to continue contributing in ways that reflect their skills, experience, and changing needs. Please support.
Okay, conference to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Has carried. Thank you very much. Emergency number 4.
Go down now then. Or
Maybe in a couple of minutes.
ain't gonna die, is it? Curtis Daney, branch 258. Conference. I'm here to move this motion and speak on behalf of the executive on artificial intelligence in employment processes. Conference. This motion is not about resisting technology. Artificial intelligence will increasingly become part of working life. Workplaces will modernise, systems will evolve, and employers will continue to adopt new technologies. But as trade unionists, we must ask simple questions. What protections exist when technologies begin influencing decisions about workers' jobs, livelihoods, and futures? Conference. AI systems are already capable of summarising evidence, analysing patterns, generating reports, and making recommendations. And while that might sound efficient, efficiency must never come at the expense of fairness. Because right now, there is a growing governance gap. Many workplaces have no clear policies, no transparency, no safeguards regarding whether artificial intelligence can be used in employment matters. This includes workplace conduct matters, misconduct, gross misconduct, investigations, disciplinaries, performance management, attendance processes, redundancy procedures, recruitment, and even wider employment decisions. And that raises serious questions. If AI contributes to evidence gathering, should workers know? If AI influences recommendations in disciplinary process, should representatives be informed? If technology contributes to decisions that could affect someone's livelihood, should that process not be transparent and challengeable? Conference, I believe the answer to all these questions is yes. Workers should never face detriment, disciplinary action, or dismissal through opaque processes they cannot reasonably understand, question, or scrutinise. And this is why this motion matters. This is not science fiction. This is not a distant problem for another generation of trade unionists. This is an emerging workplace issue happening now. While many unions and workplaces remain unprepared, Conference, our movement has always adapted to new workplace challenges. Whether that was health and safety, surveillance, data protection, or digital rights, trade unions stepped up to protect workers. Artificial intelligence is simply the next challenge we must prepare for. Technology may evolve, but workers' rights cannot be left behind. Conference, I urge you to support this motion.
Formally seconded. Speakers?
Morning, everyone. You all right? So yeah, I mean, AI, whilst it might be used for evidence gathering and all this sort of stuff, it's pretty useless. I think it basically, from my understanding of AI, it just pumps out what is like in the common discourse. So if like, and some Wally in an office can influence those AI outcomes. So if that person in that office takes a disliking to you as a worker, from my understanding, I'm not an expert on AI, but like from my understanding is they can influence that AI to give the outcomes that they want it to give. I don't really agree with this like constant push for technology to be in our businesses and stuff like that, because ultimately they're not going to use it to benefit us as workers. They're not going to use it to reduce our hours, even though the output might become twice, 3 times, 4 times as much. All they're going to use it for is to extract profits and not give those profits to us. But I do understand that it's probably inevitable that they are going to, the shareholders or whoever is in charge is going to try and push it into their businesses. So yeah, I agree that we need some strict regulation on it, and I think workers should be at the very heart of that, coming up with the regulation. Don't leave it to your managers and your bosses, because they're just going to exploit us further and further and further. We should be at the heart of those conversations. So yeah, please support. Thanks.
Lee Jones, branch 568, Foxes Batley. I've recently been in investigation disciplinary meetings myself with managers, and it's clear to me that they're using AI to form their questions. The reason I say this is because, having worked at the factory for many years, you get to know these people and you get to know how they talk. and the questions they're using are not how they would normally form their own sentences. So it's clear that they're using these tools, and I know they're using the likes of Copilot just to email each other and make sure that their emails are coherent and formed in a proper manner for each other to be able to read. So that's why we need these regulations, and AI needs regulating better, and we're the start of that. So please support this motion.
Good morning. I'm Faye, branch 600. I think it's worth noting the increase in AI employments or these fake job listings that have been coming up in a time of massive, I think almost record-breaking youth unemployment. The data scraping that companies put out for these job listings that turn out to be fake job listings, and it's just a means of collecting information. And then the job listings that do go through, the ones that people are lucky enough to get an interview for, lots of people are getting interviewed via AI systems. It's not beneficial for us to go through these systems when we can't reach the employment levels that we should be needing to support the economy. That's it. Thank you. I support the motion.
Any other speakers? No? Okay, to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That's unanimous. Thank you very much. Motion 37. No, 36 fell.
Morning Conference. Amanda Bailey, Branch 390, Manor Stoke. General Secretary, Mr President, EC delegates. That this conference agrees that our movement needs an educational fund supported by the government. We had this previously in the Union Learning Fund. To press the government into reintroducing this, we will submit a motion to the 2026 TUC conference. Make note. Calling for the reintroduction of the ULF. Thank you. Please support.
Seconder. Formally seconded. Thank you very much. Speakers.
There's no question of adjustment. Did
you want? I think it went on. Oh right, okay. I thought you wanted to speak. No speakers then. He's definitely not putting his hand up now. Okay.
Good morning. Michael Blundred, Branch Manor 390, speaking on behalf of the EC. The EC would ask you to support this motion. Many of us will remember the Union Learning Fund and its support for our members. Courses were widely available for functional skills in English language, maths and computer use. The withdrawal of the fund by the Tories was a calculated blow against educating the working class. At previous conferences, we've agreed to press for the reintroduction of the ULF through our parliamentary group, and we've heard all of the right noises from those people, but no action's been taken to start it back up. This motion isn't aimed at Parliament, it's aimed at the TUC. We're affiliated to the TUC, and it's our right to put motions to the annual Congress. If this goes to the TUC and is passed, it won't just be the BFAWU asking for it, it'll be the whole TUC. So please vote for the motion. Thank you.
Okay, to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That's unanimous. Thank you very much. 38. Well, hey. Yeah, I hope so.
Chris McGill, Branch 503, Warburton's Belsill. We ask this conference to lobby the International Committee to hold Donald Trump accountable for his actions in Venezuela, his threats against Greenland and the abuse of power handed to his ICE agents. Donald Trump's abused his powers as a US president for far too long, and it's time he was held accountable for it. He invaded Venezuela because he believed that they'd emptied asylums and prisons and forced the inmates into America. He then alleged that the Venezuelan president was in charge of the gang smuggling drugs into America, a claim that was refuted by the president, who claimed it was just a move to secure oil. Then he thought he would just take Greenland because he wanted it for strategic purposes, but already had plans in place to drill the minerals and strip them for Greenland. Then he let loose the ICE agents onto American streets, a force made up of thugs and racists with no training, no experience, a force similar to the Black and Tans who were forced into Ireland in the 20s. It's made up of prisoners and stuff, something that we've seen before. These thugs beat, dragged people out their cars, they killed innocent people in Minneapolis, they wreaked havoc through America, but they'd done it in front of the whole world, and yet still nobody done anything about it. Americans cheered while they watched innocent people die on their streets. Just because of the colour of their skin, just because they didn't look right, they were dragging American citizens and trying to deport them, although they were already born and holding US visas and US passports. That's not acceptable. It's time him and his cronies were held accountable for their actions. Please support.
Seconder. Formally seconded, thank you very much. Speakers? Oh, must be me then. In answer to National President, speaking on behalf of the Executive Conference, we'd ask you to support this motion. I mean, it's really odd, isn't it? You know, Trump, says we need to go into Venezuela so we can arrest their president for crimes that nobody knew about. While the President of America appears in the Epstein files, third next to both Epstein and Maxwell. If there should have been a president arrested, then that president should have been Trump. Because let's be clear, the crimes he's committed should be going through the justice system. He should have been held accountable years ago. I mean, let's be clear as well. He was once convicted and found guilty of sex with a child of 13-year-old. That's the man that should have been arrested. That's the man that the FBI and the justice system should have investigated. And that's the man that should be serving time. And then all of those people who have suffered because of the powers he's given to ICE, those American people, their own people that they've incarcerated because of the colour of the skin. The leader of the far right who tells us his main aim is to protect the white race. We don't need protecting. We need organising. That's what we need. And we need these people held to account. The first president, by the way, to become a billionaire in office. The first president whose family has enriched themselves because of war. Which war? Obviously the Iran war. And when you look at why did he take on Venezuela, well, it's quite obvious to me. He took Venezuela because he wanted to get the oil so he knew he wouldn't be at risk, while the rest of the world was put at risk because of his fallacy of wanting to take over in Iran. I mean, he's got no concern for people. He's got no consideration for the impact on the people that he's bombing. He's got no understanding of the impact of what his actions are. And it is disappointing some people didn't want to get up and talk about this. Because when you go and get your bill in the summer from your energy company, you're going to be paying additional money because of the decisions that Trump has made. Every time you go to the shop, you are paying for the decisions that Trump has made. He really is impacting your life. And holding him to account, and those people in our workplaces that think it's okay to support him, they need to be reminded. The reasons why they've got hardship is not the people in the hotels, but people like Trump. People like him that have been responsible for the hardship that you and your workmates suffer. And that's why it's important that we as trade unionists speak out and speak up and stand internationally with all of those people in suffering. And it's really, really important we take that back into our workplaces so we understand it. Because we know where he's going next. We know he's going to take Cuba. But first, he wants them to suffer. He doesn't want them to eat. He doesn't want them to heat. He wants them to suffer. Because he's got no concerns about humanity. Only about his wealth. And only about his legacy. Well, let me tell you what his legacy is. His legacy is hate. It's division. And it's death. That's Trump's legacy. And we should never forget it. And when people say he's okay and he's misunderstood, and when Tony Blair says we need to get close to him, this is a man that was responsible for taking this country to an illegal war. Trump and Blair are no different. Starmer is no different. And we need to understand that, because when we elect our politicians, we need to recognise if we give them power and they abuse it like Trump has, like Starmer did, like Blair did, then we have to hold them to account. So, conference, please support this motion. To the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Unanimous. Thank you very much. Did I say, is he in here?
Yeah.
Oh, what are you doing down there?
I just told him to sit there while you were having a rant.
Right, okay.
Me and speaking.
Obviously, I wasn't going to wait. Are you coming up or what? Hey. You're not speaking from there. Afternoon.
Morning.
What did you do? Just go over right to food campaign.
Yeah, if you had thrown a bit of that in. That'll go down well too.
Hold on a minute while I give you a bit of intro, yeah? Yeah, is that all right?
I like that.
Okay.
That's what you say.
Obviously, I once met Ian in Bern, and he was saying, well, you don't think that Liverpool are going to finish below Man United, do you? Conference, obviously, we've been joined on the platform. Now he's made his way from the back and finally got here this afternoon, which obviously you all couldn't have a lie in because we thought it was coming at 9:30. I mean, there's nothing like setting you up here for a bit of a fall, is there, Ian?
Yeah, I'm sure.
But listen, I've known Ian, and obviously our trade union has known Ian for even before he was an MP, before he was a special person. In fact, the banner at the back, he got for us. I mean, so he took part in protests with us when we were doing stuff in Liverpool against McDonald's. So we've had a long relationship with Ian and his activism. And that relationship has continued even after we become a special person and an MP in Parliament. And we also, obviously, as a union, have recognised that the Right to Food campaign was probably the campaign that we need for our class and that we need in our communities and that we need in every workplace. And with the support of our General Secretary, the Right to Food campaign has established itself now at the forefront of making sure that we start to address the issues of poverty and the fact that we can't all afford to eat. So it's my real great pleasure to introduce Ian Byrne to address our conference.
Thanks, Ian. And first, I'd like to say thanks to the bakers for the unbelievable support that they give MPs like myself, who sometimes get in a little bit of trouble for standing up against the leadership. And it's always good to have trade unions stand by you when sometimes you find yourself in that place. I'm going to touch on a couple of things today. I'm going to touch on the right to food and let you know the extent of how you're involved in it as a trade union. I want to touch on the Hillsborough law as well and give you the quick update on where we are with that, because that's important from a social justice point of view, where we are. And just touch on what I think Ian touched on as well earlier on, just about where we are with the Labour Party and the trade unions and some of the absolutely dire polling we're seeing, which should scare us all. But first, I want to touch on the right to food. And it is a fundamentally important campaign, but I've got to say, and I'm not just saying this because I actually wanted to come here today in person. I was going to do virtual tomorrow, but I wanted to come here in person just to thank personally yourselves, but also Sarah and Ian, and Sarah in particular, who is also an unbelievably good General Secretary. But my God, we've been doing the Right to Food Commission, we've been going around the UK, and Sarah's been with us every step of the way, giving up all the time what she's got to come and do what we're doing, because it was so fundamentally important. And the Commission, if you let me touch on that, has been set up, the Right to Food, and you've been supporting this since 2019, and the banner's fantastic, by the way. What a banner that is. I do love a good banner, being a Liverpudlian. That's spot on. So what we did, we set the Right to Food up in 2019, 2020, and it come about from, I was elected in 2019, and we wanted to keep the Right to Food on the agenda, on the political agenda. So utilising that role as the MP in a not special person. MP's a job, exactly like it was when I was the taxi driver or the printer. Utilising the job as an MP to be able to keep food poverty at the forefront of political thinking, because sometimes it just gets buried in everything else, and I don't think it's given the importance it is. And I know that from going into various ministers when we were in opposition, going into various ministers and asking for universal free school meals, talking about the right to food, just not getting the response that we needed. And in 2021, the National Food Strategy was created by Michael Gove and headed by a chap called Henry Dimbleby. And I was on an EFRA Select Committee, and I said to Dimbleby, what about a right to food? And he said, we don't need a right to food, Ian. There's enough levers within government to ensure that we don't need a right to food. I said, but tell that to the 14 million people who are currently food insecure. So it's obviously not working, the levers aren't getting pulled. So we had this debate, and then he said, go away and prove that we need a right to food, and we'll put it within the report. So that was a challenge. We went away, we held Zooms across the country, trying to frame what a right to food could look like, take it from the obscure academic thinking into actually something tangible. Then we went through councils, trade unions like yourselves, TUC. It was backed by the trade unions. 35, 36 cities, towns, mayors signed up to it, 2022. So it's going great. But what does it mean? No, what was happening? Everyone was adopting it, but we're still getting unbelievable levels of food insecurity, food poverty. So there wasn't enough. It was raising a profile, but there wasn't no answers. There was no political solutions to what we were seeing. So obviously 2024, we get a Labour Party elected with a huge mandate, basically do anything they wanted. So we thought, happy days, this was an opportunity now. Unfortunately, not really moved from that. I got suspended from the party for 6 months for voting to scrap the 2-child cap and voting against the winter fuel payments. So then I thought, right, we've got to do something else, and not just me, collectively, Sarah, the group of us thought, well, what can we do now to move it on to the next level? Because it's great having this support, it's great having trade union backing, it's great having these towns and cities sign up to it. I think Derry and Belfast signed up last year, which was great. But, you know, what can we do to give these councils, give these towns, and give them some political direction? So we come up with the idea of a Right to Food Commission, which was basically going to leave Westminster, go around the country, speaking to communities, bringing select committee-style expert evidence, and then to create a report. But not just a report, because I didn't want a report that was going to sit on the shelf. And there's many great reports in this country that have sat on shelves and not been implemented, and nothing's come from them. We want a roadmap. So it's going to be a report and then into a roadmap for lazy politicians who have something in their hand which they can put into legislation. And that's really, really important to us. So we started this year, wasn't it? January? Started in Knowsley, Liverpool. We went to Aberdeen, Cardiff, Belfast, Northumberland, Newcastle, all the while going into these communities and listening to them, listening to the issues and making sure that that was at the foremost of our thinking, and then trying to bring up in the evidence. And it's been brilliant. It's been brutal. It's been so heartbreakingly, some of the evidence that we heard. And we were in London last week, and we're in Glasgow this week, Thursday, Friday. I mean, some of the things, you can chill you to the bone, what we've heard. I'm sure you'll know, as trade union members living in your communities, but sometimes you need to hear these things. And last week, sitting on a table in Tower Hamlets and listening to a woman who was, she was a civil servant, and she unfortunately got ill in her 50s, left work, and then ended up within the benefits, on benefits. And she said that she hadn't put heating on for 8 years, and she'd only put it on once in 8 years, tell a lie, because her birthday's the middle of December, and it was one winter where the hot water bottles couldn't touch the sides, so she had to put the heating on. So for 8 years, she said she hadn't put the heating on. And you really, you're just sitting there astounded by that. And then yesterday, we had a disability roundtable, virtual roundtable with disability groups from across the country feeding into the right to food. And one of the main disability leaders said, that's exactly my position, Ian. He said, I can't put my heating on. He said, I just have a duvet. He said, I can't put my heating on. He said, if I put my heating on, I can't eat. And he said, that's genuine. Sometimes we say it in Parliament, choice between eating and eating. It's something which their politicians say with them debates. Yesterday it was there. We heard it. The lad said it. The lad said exactly as it was. And he also said many other things which were mind-blowing about the poor quality food that he can only afford now. And that has a huge impact on his health. So all this is getting fed in. And then I'm reflecting when he's talking in the Zoom. It was on for 2 hours. I couldn't take my eyes off it, just listening. And you're thinking in Parliament, it's so easy for some of the callous bastards to turn around and say how much they want to cut benefits, and the division what they're putting in society between workers, and you're listening to people who are living this life. So it's been enlightening. We'll finish, we'll go to Glasgow, as I say, this week. Sarah's coming with us. We'll have an evidence session in Brian Leishman's constituency, and then in Grangemouth on the Thursday, and then we're going to go to Glasgow and we're going to have a full evidence session. And then from that, then we'll spend the next 2 to 3 months drawing up the report and hopefully the roadmap. We've got another couple of meetings, haven't we? What's really essential for this as well? Morally, all us in here will put our hands up and say, yeah, we believe in the right to food, but you've got to make the arguments. You've got to have cast iron, solid arguments on this, not from a moral perspective, because unfortunately, morality doesn't float in politics. So we've got to base it on economics as well. It's got to be absolutely rock solidly underpinned by strong economic arguments about why letting 14 million people go hungry in this country is bad for the country. It's bad. It's bad business, if that's what you want to call it. So that's where we are with it. And as I said, come September, we're going to need all the trade union movements. We're going to need the whole trade union movement, yourselves, because we're going to have to think about this report and how we get it into communities, how we use it. Ian talked about going out and going into community and being active and being activists and agitating and organising. Well, what that document to be able to be organised around, to be able to go into trade union places, factories, communities, and say, this is a document which we should be demanding is enacted. And that's what we'll be doing. Potentially, from a political point of view, we'll have this come September. If you believe the papers, there's a leadership challenge coming if Burnham wins in Makerfield. But even if Burnham doesn't win in Makerfield, I think there's now an awareness politically that something's got to change. And you're hearing talk about radical changes. You're hearing talk, Rachel Reeves talking about price capping on food. I nearly fell off my chair when I heard that. That's something which we've been calling for a long time. It's now becoming, it's getting challenged massively by industry, by leaders of supermarkets, by leaders of groups, and how that could work. And be interested from your perspective how that would work, because what we can't have is price caps that then impinge on your terms and conditions. But it's going to be an interesting concept how we get around that. But I think now there's an acknowledgement that, you know, we've reached the tipping point politically. And if we don't do something about it, well, then what comes down the road in 3 years' time is what Ian so eloquently outlined in his own way, was that we'll have a hard-right government coming down the line. He'll be no friend of any trade unions, regardless of the Weasley words, what they're saying at the moment. So, but I'm not going to frame that as though we've got an opportunity, and that's what I've said to Labour Party MPs, I've said to Burnham, I've said to anyone that'll listen to me. If you get in 3 years, we've got to change this around, and the right to food could be an absolutely fundamental part of that. Because if we put a right to food into legislation, that's something politically you can actually say as a legacy. That's something which can be a cornerstone of what the Labour Party and the Labour movement should be about, because that's what we should be doing. They're the sort of game-changing, life-changing, country-changing policies when you've got a majority like we've got that should be implemented, and we should be taking on the vested interest to push back against this. So that's where we are with it. Come September, we'll have that. I'm sure Sarah will present it to you, and then we can have the debate and discussion about how we get that out there. But the idea will be that it's got an opportunity, and I really think it has. I think it's of its time. It's got an opportunity, but you know. And just to finish, I want to just say, and I've said it before with Sarah. One of the things that's never left us was a lady who runs a food bank in Northumberland, and she was saying how difficult it was. She had a disabled daughter, and she was just telling us about her struggles in life. And then she was telling us about how she tries to help and lift people out of food poverty in her community in Northumberland. But she said something which resonated. I'm sure but it's something which we can't forget when we're sitting in the room. And it's something which I'll be utilising in Parliament. And she said, don't you dare call this area disadvantaged. Call it asset stripped. And everywhere we've gone across the UK, we've seen asset stripping. It's not disadvantage, it's deliberate political decisions which have absolutely torn the heart out of communities. You know, going into Lavery's constituency in Northumberland and seeing, obviously, what had happened from the mines, going into Aberdeen, the same, Belfast, Liverpool, you know, assets being stripped out of communities, 40 years of austerity, 40 years of neoliberalism, where we are with wages and everything else, and it's absolutely true. So it's something which, hopefully, that report will have hardwired into it, because we've got to change this disadvantaged communities, because they have been asset stripped, and it's really important political point to make. So that's where we have the right to food. I look forward to your support moving forward on that. I'm sure I'll get it. But I just want to, and I really want you to understand this, and just pay tribute to your General Secretary, who has said has got not just running a trade union as well, but has been fundamentally so important of this Right to Food Committee, doing lots and lots of work outside it and making a commitment to come everywhere where it's gone. So when it comes out, a huge part of, hopefully, the success of the Right to Food campaign will be down to the Bakers Union, your General Secretary, and Ian as well, when he was, for his support. So thanks very much for all you've done on that.
I was going to say, you're taking questions.
Do you want to take questions now for going elsewhere?
Oh, right, sorry, mate, go on.
Yeah. So I'll give you a couple of updates and then we'll take questions. So the Hillsborough, I'm sure many of you are aware in the room, you've got the banner. You know, it's a fundamentally, again, social justice piece of legislation which is game-changing if it's done right. If it's done right, it can be an absolute game-changer. It can stop all the cover-ups that you've been involved fighting against as a trade union, standing lockstep beside myself and many others, from Hillsborough contaminated blood scandal, post office scandal, Grenfell, the list goes on and on and on. And I'm sitting in Parliament, and it seems to be every bleeding month. We're sitting there and we're getting a scandal uncovered, and we're seeing compensation paid out. The Hillsborough law campaign is about exactly changing that. It's about hardwiring how the system works. So if you ever end up in that position, you can get justice. Because that's where, at the moment where we are, where if you're a working class community that faces something like Hillsborough or contaminated blood scandal, often you're on your own fighting against the system and isolated. And what we've tried to do with the Hillsborough law is two simple things, really. A parity of arms. So if you do end up in that position, you, like probably the foes you'll be facing. So if you look at Hillsborough, we had the FA, we had the police, we had the ambulance services, we had every single state agency that was represented in inquest and inquiries with the best legal minds paid for by us and paid for by us. I was at Hillsborough, so I was actually paying for the police's representation while, as a taxpayer, while the Hillsborough families had to crowdfund one solicitor against the whole phalanx of the state's finest, lawyers. How are you going to win that fight? We do a thing in Liverpool. We're not in Liverpool, actually. It's Liverpool City region called the Real Truth Legacy Project. We go into schools and we teach them about Hillsborough and state cover-ups, hoping to get that on the national. That's my third part of my agenda, to get that on the national curriculum. And we talk about how it's going into a boxing ring with Tyson Fury, with your hands tied behind your back and blindfolded. And that's what the state had done, deliberately. That's what the state had done, and that's what it continues to do. So the Hillsborough law wants to start to rebalance that redress, so you can go in. If that does happen to you, at least you're in a fair fight, hopefully, where you can take on the state and you can have fair legal representation. Another key element of it is a duty of candour, because if you know your history around Hillsborough, all others, officials from the police, other authorities lied with a complete impunity at inquest and inquiries and faced absolutely no penalties. We wanted a duty of candour with enforceable teeth, so you actually face prison sentences if you go into an inquiry and lie. So that's the idea behind it. Starmer promised us all early, but promised us all an electorate, but also made personal commitments to families, survivors of all state cover-ups, not just Hillsborough, that he was going to implement a Hillsborough law. Stood on like this in Liverpool and made the announcement that we're going to get the Hillsborough law. So it's all great. Fought for it. I lead on it in Parliament. Excellent. We're going to move forward and get the Hillsborough law. We need to be pushed back from the establishment, because the establishment does not want transparency. It does not want accountability. It wants to carry on acting in the shadows like it does. And we expected it. But I expected a government with such a huge majority, and Keir Starmer, a human rights lawyer, to have the bollocks to stand up and do the right thing. Unfortunately, he didn't. And he made the promises. And then when the security services come a-calling and wanted carve-outs from a duty of candour perspective and utilised national security, and it's a difficult one, to be fair to politicians, when you're getting told that, and if there's another Manchester Arena terrorist attack, well then if you've lessened the laws too much, it could be on you, and these tactics are used. But we've got the Hillsborough law drawn up by lawyers, some of the finest lawyers in the land, and national security framework stays exactly as it is. There's no difference. All we wanted was that in the case of the Manchester Arena terrorist attack, when MI6 lied about their involvement and what they could have done to prevent it, it was only when the judge called the agents in personally and said what exactly happened, and then it unravelled their involvement. We wanted judges to be able to do that under the duty of candour. So every person that would have been involved in any sort of incident could be called before the judge in a exactly same national framework. Could be just you and the judge, closed shop, but the judge would get the evidence direct under the duty of candour with enforceable sanctions. That's all we've asked for. At the moment, there's a stalemate, shall we say. I put an amendment down drawn up with the lawyers, which would have ended that carve-out, kept national security as it is, and it would have been passed. What happened in February, was that the government basically said, no, we're going to put it through as it is. And I said, no, I'm going to vote against it. I'm not going to go into the voting lobby and vote against something which I feel as though in years to come could potentially enable another cover-up. It ain't happening. Luckily, with the support in Parliament and people have seen the work we've done, we had enough political capital that MPs, surprising MPs who had never thought in a million years would said they'd vote against the government, said we're going to vote with you, Ian, and against the government if they try and put that through. So the government pulled the third reading, and then we've gone into negotiations, and where we are now, as I said, we're nearly there. But what we can have is a carve-out for security services. And as I said, we're not doing anything which will impinge national security. It'll actually enable better security services because they'll have accountability. They'll have a duty of accountability. And agents will know that potentially they'd have to face a duty of candour under criminal sanctions. So I think it'd make the security services stronger and better. And I've said this to the chiefs when they brought us in, when I was on the bill committee, and he had to sit in MI5 and face them, which wasn't the easiest meeting. But it's for the good of the country, because we've spent far too much capital. People have faced so much hardship, not through their own fault, and have been denied truth and justice. I never had time to grieve. And the truth has been evaded, accountability has been evaded, and it's like anything, isn't it? If you don't learn from your mistakes, if you don't acknowledge your mistakes and learn from them, you don't get better. We all make mistakes. Put your hand up, acknowledge that you've made them, and then we move forward better as a community and as a country. So that's where we are. I've garbled a little bit on that, but we're basically now waiting for the government to come back to us with regard to the amendments, and that's got to happen. So it needs to go into third reading before it goes into the Lords, but I won't allow it. Well, I say I won't allow it. I won't vote for anything to leave Parliament, which I feel as though isn't as best as it can be and is not signed off by the lawyers, by all the families of all the groups, as I said, because the Hillsborough law is about every single victim of a state cover-up. So it's usually important that we get this right. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It genuinely is. Because as I said, if we go 3 years down the road and we get a reform government, you honestly think Nigel Farage put something like a Hillsborough law through? Well, he wouldn't, would he? Not even in a million years. So it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So that's something which I'm hoping in the next couple of months will come to fruition. And I just really hope, that Keir Starmer uses this as his legacy. I genuinely do. He promised it. I hope he delivers it. I genuinely hope he delivers it, because if he leaves politics, he can turn around and say he's delivered the Hillsborough law, which will make a massive difference moving forward to this country. So if he does that, fair play. That's all I want. That's all we want. So let's see if he does. Obviously, if Burnham wins in Makerfield, but then he'll come back in, and then he's obviously a supporter of it. He was the one that brought it to Parliament 2017. So that's where we are with that. I'll carry on leading it from the front, carry on doing the right thing, and carry on making sure that that piece of legislation is testimony and stands the test of time for our class, because it really is about our class. It really, really is. And I think it could be one of the most important pieces of legislation this country's seen for a long, long time. And that's where we are with that. So I'll leave that there. And I've just finished, before I take questions, on basically what I just outlined there. The Labour Party, in 2024, when we were elected on this massive mandate, such an unbelievable opportunity to change communities, to transform communities, and it just hasn't had the vision. It just hasn't had the vision or the gumption to go as far as it can. And as I said, there's always vested interest, there's always pushback. And we've done some good things, but they're not getting through because we've done bad political moves which have cut through. And even in Makerfield this week, you knock on doors and the first thing you get on the doors is winter fuel payments. you know, terrible, terrible political decisions which have had such an impact on us and our ability to move forward. We've got 3 years left in power. And if you look at what happened in the way elections, you're looking at a wipeout as it stands now. And you know what? I won't argue with somebody who says, well, what have you done for us on the doorstep? It's difficult to get through the arguments because of what we've done in people's minds or what we haven't done. So I see the next 3 years as one of the great opportunities to actually utilise that huge mandate to do something transformational. Because if we don't, well then you could arguably say you deserve to get absolutely smashed at the next election. And at the moment, Labour faces an existential threat. It faces an existential threat. It really does. You look at some of the polling yesterday on politically where we've been with Gaza, 50% of progressive voters have left because of that issue. You know, some of us have rallied against that in Parliament. But you can see the way the wind's moving. So at the moment, you're losing votes to the right and you're losing votes to the Greens on the left. But what we've got is 3 years to actually enable change and to become what the Labour Party was actually created to do, which was represent working class communities and represent working class people. If it doesn't do that in the next 3 years, well then I don't know where it'll be in 3 years' time. I don't even know if there'll be one. Because I think that's how existential the threat is. So Maker feels really important. It's not because Burnham's the Messiah, but it can show you that potentially a Labour politician can beat reform. But I couch that with, at the moment, you've got the most popular Labour politician in the country by a mile, which he is. You've got the machine of the Labour Party. You've got the machine of the trade union movement. In Makerfield, there's hundreds of activists out every day. Burnham's record in Manchester, Mayor, done a good job. And he's running against a non-politician, a man that's, made lots of mistakes, shall we say. And that's being highlighted. Is he fit to be an MP? And a neck and neck. I mean, that's unbelievable, and that's the situation which we find ourselves now. So I just think it's a real time, and I know Ian and the Bakers have had their moments with the Labour Party, and rightly so, because the direction of travel it went, and that's been proven right. I can speak to you for hours about Labour Together and how they were spying on us and spying on the left and trying to take the left out. I've been, they've attempted to deselect me on a number of occasions for being a left-wing trade unionist, socialist MP. But I genuinely feel, as it stands now, collectively we just have to somehow come together, because the threat of what we're seeing on our doorstep and the threat of what we see across in America coming to this country is real now, and we're going to see that in our towns, we're going to see that in our cities, because of the huge swathe of councils reform have taken. But again, and I'll just finish on this, it's up to us. It's up to us to do things that meet you, both as constituent voters, but also trade union members, to want to vote for the Labour Party. That old adage where you put a rosette in the donkey's gone now. It's a 5-party system. There's 5 parties in play as it stands now, maybe 6 with Restore. So there's a real political awakening in the country, but also I think an opportunity. But the Labour Party in the next 2 years got to prove to you that it is the Labour Party, that it was founded, does what it was founded for, and in the next 2 years enacts policies that lift people out of the desperate situation which I've highlighted as I've been speaking to you. So we'll see, won't we? And I'm sure I'll come back within the next 3 years and speak to you and address you, and then you can tell me, well, you were right, you have changed, or you can tell me, well, you didn't, you had the opportunity, and you're going to face what you're going to face, and that's on you, and it is. It's on us. It's on us, the Labour Party, MPs, politicians, Prime Minister, to actually enact the change that we need in our communities. I'll try as hard as I can to do that, but hopefully in the next 2 years that message will come through loud and clear, that if we don't, well then we'll face what we're going to face. So I'll leave it there and I'll take any questions.
Has anybody got any questions? If you are, just come down to the rostrum, and you can queue up. And because there's quite a few of you coming down, which is brilliant. Just remember, it's questions, not long statements.
How you doing? Chris McGill, Branch 503 Warburtons in Belsall, Scotland. Some good points there, but my point is, how's the Labour Party going to win back Scotland? What are you going to do for the Scottish people? During independence, you sat out the Tories, excuse me, you sat with the Conservatives and lied to us. And we're suffering for that now. And I think Labour in Scotland is finished, so you're going to have to fight hard to get us back. The working people in Scotland just don't trust Labour anymore, so it's how you're going to go about it.
Come back and just answer them one at a time, yeah?
Yeah, of course you can.
Yeah, you know, it's undeniable what you've said. And you've seen that in Wales, you've seen that in communities like Wigan. I was out with a couple of lads yesterday from Halifax. I think it was 28 councillors lost. It's existential. So what happened in Scotland's getting replicated across the country. From a Scottish perspective, what does give me hope, obviously we're going to Glasgow and there's a lad called Brian Leishman. He's a fine MP. How he got through the net, I don't know. But he did. And he's a tremendous socialist. And I think Brian's voice in Scotland's really important. He's done a brilliant fight in Grangemouth. And I think you need politicians that you can identify with and live in the world, what you live in, and also offer solutions. And I think if you don't do that, but then you see what's happened in Wales, you see what's happened in Scotland originally, you see how the Labour vote's been absolutely hollowed out. And that whole experiment, which fair play, he rallied against, and he's seen what was happening. And I think we're seeing the culmination of that now where, you know, a complete hollowing out of working class, left-wing socialist ideals has created this husk, and it's been rejected overwhelmingly. And that's why, as I said, we've got 3 years, and that equally applies to Scotland. You're going to have people in there that trade unions like yourself and people in communities can identify with. I'm looking forward going down Thursday, Friday, and having them conversations because, you know, what we've seen in Aberdeen and what we listen to, you know, miners, you know, proud trade unionists just turning away from the Labour Party because they felt as though what it's become. So, huge challenge. And as I said, it's existential. So we'll see what happens. But good question.
Right, Ian. Mine's not a question really. It's a bit of a short statement, and I won't take too long. Like, is that I want to personally thank Ian Byrne for the work that he's done over the years in the Truth and Justice campaign for Hillsborough. I, like Ian, was at Hillsborough, and it's as hard today as it was in 1989. I was in my late 20s. I think you were 16, weren't you, Ian? Something like that. And it's not what you want to see. And I think the work that he's done on his team over the years for the Truth and Justice, and also to get this Hillsborough law in full, I think he should be commended. He's exactly what a Labour MP or an MP should be. The work he does in his constituency in Liverpool and the country, you know, the right to food, is him and his team at Yarnfield and the Benny Hill Stadium with the food banks, collecting food and all that and taking it around. And I just think the work that he's done over the years is absolutely fantastic. The families, if you lose someone, you shouldn't have to fight 30 odd years for the truth and the justice. And it's people like Ian and Andy Burnham and all that, like that, you know, have got that truth out. We haven't got the justice yet, and we probably never will. But I think if we can get this Hillsborough law, that'll be a big step. And I just wanted to thank Ian for everything that he's done.
Lee Branch 459. Ian, thanks for that speech and the campaign for the food everybody should eat. You know, and I'm from Burnley, and I just want some advice personally what I could do locally. Only because I don't know if you know we've got we had two big organisations there. One called Church on the Streets. Mick Fleming, he was a reborn underworld criminal, now a bishop from a pastor, who gets donated thousands and thousands of pounds. And then we had a guy called James Anderson, who ran DEFA, who supported people who couldn't afford heating or couldn't afford to fix the boilers and stuff like that. But then we see locally, we're spending money on single-way town centre drives and stuff like that, and money being wasted, but yet people are queuing outside McDonald's for food run by local services like Curry on the Street, and just how can we get involved to make it a big of awareness and stuff.
Yeah, I'll take a few, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Keir Starmer quoted, if we don't like the changes he was doing, he could leave. Why he's still in power? Why he's not leaving?
I don't think it's going to be a answer. Why are you still in the Labour Party?
That's fine, I will answer it. Okay. One more, and then I'll answer them three. Yeah?
Yep. Yeah, go. Oh, right, okay.
Hiya, I'm Rosa, I'm from branch 600. We're the Sex Workers Union branch, and we passed a motion at this conference this year that the BFAWU now supports the decriminalisation of sex work. The Sex Workers Union are part of an organisation called Decrim Now, which is made up of sex workers and trade unionists, and we campaigned for the full decriminalisation of sex work. And we made this report last year about financial need. We surveyed sex workers around the country, and we found that 76% of sex workers say that they went into sex work due to financial need. 77% were disabled, and many of the survey respondents said that it was the poor benefits system and their disability that led them into sex work. Could we give you a copy of this report, and would you come to a meeting with us? We'd really appreciate speaking to you. I've got our contact details and the report here. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks very much. So just the first one, the Laughing Burnley. Well, I think you're in the right place to actually enact change, being in the bakers and getting involved in the right to food movement. I will have a conversation with you at the end of this if you want just a little bit of advice on what we've done on a local level. Where is he, the lad? Oh, sorry. Okay, now. My glasses on. Obviously, we've done things in Liverpool with fan support and food banks on a on a local level. So I'm quite happy showing you what we've done. And but I think at the end of the day, what we've tried to do is with the Right to Food campaign. The idea is to end what we're seeing. It's undignified, and we've touched on this. In the 70s, some of us were lucky enough to grow up in the 70s. I lived in a council estate. My fella was in an house of work with the deindustrialisation of Thatcher. We worked in British standards. Well, he didn't work, that's why it shut down. But we never had a food bank. We had a council house. We had a roof over our head. We never had to use food banks. So what we're trying to do with this Right to Food legislation is end what you're seeing in Burnley, is end the need for people to go out in the streets and feed people. There's always going to be a need, but within the Right to Food, we're talking about community kitchens. There's a whole raft of things potentially which we could do in communities, which will end up being a far more dignified way. But at the end of the day, the only way we end poverty, because food poverty, is money in people's pockets and lifting people up. And I think you'll have a key role to play in that. So I'm quite happy to have a chat about what I've done in Liverpool, and if that and it's stuff that you want to do on a local level as a stick and plaster while we're waiting for the Right to Food legislation. Because everything we do stick and plaster until we fix the systemic failings which are forcing so many people into hunger. Who's the other lad? The one said about why I'm still in the Labour Party. It's a great question. It's a question I ask myself a lot, and my office manager asks myself, we ask and we talk, and you know, and when I've suspended for 6 months, as I said, for voting against the 2-child cap, or to scrap the 2-child cap, and then a year later we actually did scrap the 2-child cap. I think that's why we're in the Labour Party, because obviously you'd like to think we can get there in the end, but at the moment, genuinely, you know, I don't see any other organisation. The Labour Party was built by us because people have corrupted it to the manner what they have, and we've seen the outcomes of that corruption of the party and of its mechanisms by people who are no friends of ours. I just can't see any other vehicle. You had the beginnings of your party with Jeremy and Zara, and that, you know, that initially there was 800,000 people signed up as an interest on that. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, that hasn't fulfilled its potential. That's not a vehicle as it stands now. We look at the Green Party, you know, some of the stuff Polanski says, great stuff, very much talking our language from Corbyn in 2017. You know, Zach's been on a journey. Zach was a Lib Dem who supported austerity. Now he's in a position where he feels as though he's saying a lot of the things that I believe in. But again, I'd much rather be in a party with the likes of Richard Bergen, Diane Abbott, John McDonnell, people that have been around a long, long time and have fought for our class and have got a record of standing for our class. And they're the type of people who I want to be standing alongside in the trenches. So at the moment, we've got to take back the Labour Party. And I do see chinks of light. If you would have asked me 12 months ago, when McSweeney was at the top of the party, when Starmer was in his pomp, when they were walking around Parliament and they were totally dominating, and you felt as though, no, we're dead in the water here. You know, I think at the moment there's a chink of light because you can see that hasn't worked now. That hasn't worked. But again, I'll never ever think that the right wing of the Labour Party, the people that took us down this path of destruction, aren't always going to be there, and there's always going to be a fundamental battle. But I'd like to think that be an opportunity for us to fight that fight and try and regain that party, because at the moment, you know, we've gone from 500,000 members to probably 200,000 members if we're lucky. I think the Greens have got more members than us now. You know, that you can only deal in facts, and that's where we are from a factual point of view. So, as I said, a long answer, but at the moment, I feel as though there's an opportunity to try and regain the Labour Party to a degree and try and move it in a direction which benefits us all. 3 years, huge mandate, huge majority. You can do some damage. You can do some really good policies which would make a massive difference to use as trade unionists. So that's where I am at the moment. Who? Well, you're not alone in that. You're not alone in that. I think that's pretty recognised right amongst the country, isn't it? So let's see what happens in the next couple of months. Watch with interest. And who's the lady? Rosa. Rosa, yeah, defo. Sarah's touched on it when we had the Bakers and Ian in Parliament, which I think Rebecca Long-Bailey was on Zoom yesterday when Rebecca's the chair, talked about getting us down to Parliament and speaking to MPs as well. But I'd be delighted to come to one of your meetings. I think you give the manifesto to Maureen, haven't you? And anything we can do working with that. I think it's brilliant, by the way, when Sarah told us about what you were doing, organising, you know, within that sector. Fantastic. All power to you. And anything I can do as an MP, and I'm sure there'll be many others like me who fully support what you're doing and begin that campaign of decriminalisation. I think it's a great thing what you're doing, so well done.
Joe Napper, branch 560, retired branch. Ian, leadership challenges aside, how can the MPs force Keir Starmer to change direction from what he's been doing in the last 2 years, i.e. allowing Rachel Reeves to shamelessly attack the working classes and pensioners. Because as you have already alluded to, come the next general election, it's going to be the end of the Labour Party if they don't deliver the change they promised.
Okay.
George Hoy, branch 703, region 7, Northern Ireland. Just a query for you. Why is it that when Labour came in 2024, the first thing they done was attack working class families and pensioners? Is that the backing of the whole of the Labour Party, or is it just the backing of the top and that, you know, the ones that get noticed? Is that just your opinion? Let's see what you can do. Thank you.
Terry, first time speaker, branch 504. Before I say anything, can we all give Sarah a round of applause for all her work on the right to food? For her fantastic work and all that on there. Right, as a supported Labour all my life, I was a bit dubious about Stormer getting in 2024. I thought I'd give him a chance. But do you think Labour could actually win the next election if Reeves also as well upped the personal tax allowance? And do you think she's actually messed up with all that tax hikes as well? And another question, are you red or blue?
Well, I'm a red, yeah.
Go on,
I mean, the first two questions were very similar, weren't they? Well, the three questions were very similar. Yeah, you know, we agree, and I think with regards to the like the winter fuel payment cut and things like that, you know, it wasn't in the manifesto. It was not in the manifesto. So when I got suspended, I've said that about 220 signs, but it's important. When the whip drags you in, so the chief whip dragged me in and he said, look, he said, you know, you're being suspended for whatever. You voted against the King's Speech. And I said, how dare you? I didn't vote against the King's Speech because the King's Speech contained the Hillsborough law. I said, I voted for an amendment to scrap the 2-child cap. Then he said, you'll have to be good boy for 6 months and not challenge the government. And he just announced the winter fuel payments, of course. So I said, look, Alan, I said, greatest respect, I said, I'm voting against the winter fuel payment. He said, well, you know, he said, it won't be that bad. I said, it'll be one of the most catastrophic decisions this government's ever made. Less than £1 billion. Which in political terms, you know, isn't a huge amount of money, is it, to save? But I knew the political capital that it'd burn would far outweigh anything from a saving perspective. And I said that to him. And you know what? Thank God I did. Because about 4 weeks later, I'd been suspended. I walked into a bingo session in West Derby. And I had about 90 fearsome Scouse grandmothers in there. And we walked in. And I'm telling you now, I would not walked out alive if I would have voted for that. And I'm not messing. They were absolutely raging. And the only way, as I said, to come out alive was the fact that they knew I'd voted against I'd been suspended from the party. A, I wasn't in the party. And B, I'd been suspended. And I knew then, it's cataclysmic. And it's been proven right. And it wasn't in the manifesto. And we told them that. Then obviously you know, and when you say, can you win against some of the bad decisions? Well, yeah, you can. Because the welfare bill, again, it wasn't a reforming the whole welfare system in a fair and more equitable manner. It was the £5 billion worth of savings. And that was coming out of the most vulnerable and disadvantaged in our community. People who I spoke to yesterday who couldn't afford to put the heating on for 8 years were now going to get penalised more. So we defeated on the government on that. Still got some elements of it to do, which we voted against, but we couldn't get the numbers on that. But there was a massive rebellion against that, where Labour MPs had gone back to the constituencies and faced such fury that they actually support that. So there is that ability, but I don't want to be doing that. I don't want my party to be bringing things forward which is so destructive to the most vulnerable and disadvantaged in society. It's not what the Labour Party was for. Now, we can all talk about reforming the welfare system, absolutely, because it's crap. It's broken. It's underfunded. It needs looking at in the round. We need to be looking at how we are as a society. But reform isn't taking £5 billion worth of money out of it and then leaving it even worse than what it was beforehand. So there's a huge opportunity to look at how we help people, help kids into work, into proper jobs, into apprenticeships, retraining. All that can be done in the round, but always done from the perspective of trying to do good. And this lad yesterday on the Zoom said he was at a lad from Manchester. He was brilliant. What a disabled activist. And he said, Ian, why can't politicians just begin when they're creating a policy and thinking, right, this is going to help the people? And I thought, my God, what a simple, but truthful, that's exactly where we should be. So yeah, we have pushed back on them. We have defeated them. We have, as I said, we were suspended for the scrapping the 2-child cap. The furor all around that. A year later, we actually did do that in face of hostility. And we've lifted 500,000 kids out of poverty, which was the right thing to do. But we should have done that from day one. That was our argument. But we got there in the end. So, yeah, I think on that. And, yeah, just the last one with regards, obviously, Rachel Reeves, some of the tax decisions that have been made. We need to find the money to pay for the NHS. We need to find the money to pay for our services. We need to end austerity. But we need to do it in a manner where those with the most give the most. And I think that's where Polanski's saying is exactly what we were saying in 2017, isn't it? Making sure we have a fair taxation system, which the rich pay more, and those that can give the most can give the most, but also they should be proud. If you're in that position, you should be proud to pay your tax. You should want to live in a country that's got great services and great transport links, and people aren't using food banks, and but I just think what I've learned since 2019 is that you can make political decisions, can't you? You can make political decisions. And I'll just finish on this, and it astounded me. And some might disagree with me here, and that's fine. That's fine. But last week, or the week before, Starmer, under massive pressure in Parliament, by the way, and there's an argument for it, talked about spending £18 billion on defence. And he really wasn't a memo, was he? There was no kickback. There was no, we need it quicker. Just imagine if he said we're spending £18 billion on ending poverty. Just imagine the papers. Imagine Sky, imagine News, imagine GB News, imagine the furor, uproar there'd be across this country that we were looking at ending poverty and not in defence. And I'm not saying we shouldn't have defence within a world at the moment which is fearful. However, I compare and contrast, certainly in Parliament as a politician. It's so easy to get up and say spend on defence. But my God, if you get up and say spend on universal free school meals, community kitchens, the NHS, well then it's not there, is it? The old arguments start then about where's the magic money today. But I tell you what, I didn't hear the magic money today last week when we talked about £18 billion on defence. So I think that's the sort of battle which we've got to win as well. People on the doors, when you're not going to make it feel, a lot of them do talk about defence because that's what they're hearing on the news, and it is needed. However, I just think we need to change the narrative, and we need a Prime Minister to be able to stand up and say, I'm spending £18 billion on ending poverty in this country, building houses, doing things which strengthen communities, because we have got a national security issue at the moment, a huge national security issue. It's called poverty, and that's what we need to tackle with gusto and throw the kitchen sink at it. So that's something which I think we all need to think about from a narrative point of view. I'll leave it there. Thanks very much, because I know you've got other speakers.
morning, and somebody put online, it's so refreshing to hear a politician not dodge questions and answer honestly. There's a bag of goodies there for you. Please do share them with Maureen. And a pewter baker as a thank you for coming and joining us. Yeah, yeah. Wait till you see it. You're welcome. Thank you. That was great. Thank you.
Oh, thanks very much.
You just shot together with the bag. Thank you. Thanks so much for that.
Okay, conference, we're going to go for a break now. Back in here for 20 past 11.
Cheers, Ian.
Hey, Ian. He's off. I want to know if he's coming on 26th.
This is off, yes.
I'll make sure we get it.
Very appreciative of the support and all that. Like, he said he did want to come personally to thank everyone, like, but he said obviously I'm not allowed, like, so.
Still got his ticket.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
speaking advertisements together and invitations? Come on. Reds together.
Yeah, Reds together.
I can always send you the picture anyway, don't worry about that. I made sure I got a shot with you with the banner in behind while she's speaking as well.
Nice one. Nice. Enjoy the rest of the conference when you finish. Nice to meet you, Maureen. Yeah. So yeah, safe journey home.
Yeah. And depending on what time we finish on Friday, I might get home for Wakefield match, but if I don't, then I will.
Are you staying Friday?
Tommy, when I asked for a 9 o'clock meeting on a Friday, he goes, what time do you think I get up?
See you on Thursday. Thanks very much.
All right. Right.
Aye.
Good, wasn't he, Ian?
It's all right. Yeah. It's all right. Thank you very much.
No, just me. Yeah. Cheers, thank you very much. No, just me, yeah. Cheers, Clive.
Pleasure, mate.
How are we doing? Nick, can you ask him to start making the way in? No. I was just going to ask you to ask him to start making the way in. message about this one. So, 26th of June, yeah, it's in Liverpool. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It was only if you could make it. I knew you'd probably be busy, but obviously. Outside? Doing it outside. Yeah, send a message. Read it out. How can Kim Johnson's but initially, I was a kid that I was asking to come because and obviously Audrey's coming, that'll be interesting, especially where Kim's concerned. Okay, conference, if you can settle down, that'd be great. I am on. Oh, I am on. I am on. You're not going to need your agendas now for the rest of this morning. We're going to be joined at any time. He's here? Oh, he's here. He's here. We're going to be joined. Obviously, people who have been to a conference before will remember John Hendy. Lord John Hendy. Heads up on the IER and he puts policies together. And obviously, over the years, the changes that he suggested, a few of them have actually been implemented. But one of the things that the IER do, which is really important for us, is they do think about the impact and the measures that we need as working class people to improve our lives. So it's really good to have John with us again today to talk about the IER and what he believes and the IER believes that we need to do going forward. So welcome, John. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. And it's a great honour to be invited to address the Bakers, Food and Allied Workers Annual Conference. I'm very grateful to be invited to do so. I actually don't want to speak about the Institute of Employment Rights, which is a think tank which has always been supported by the Bakers Union. But I want to speak about the Employment Rights Act because there's some issues there. Let's just remind ourselves that the Employment Rights Act was passed on the 8th of December last year, and it confers a whole number of new rights and extensions to existing rights to workers and to trade unions. Not all of those rights have come into effect yet. Some are coming in over the course of the next 18 months or so, and some are dependent on new regulations being drafted about which the government has been consulting and is continuing to consult. Now, nobody in their right mind on the workers' side of the equation would condemn more rights being given to workers and trade unions. And it's of course entirely appropriate that we should be very grateful for the extension of rights that the Employment Rights Act gives us. However, there are some issues, and the extent of those issues is such that the Campaign for Trade Union Freedom and a number of unions, I think including the Bakers, have called for a second employment rights bill to be passed during this Parliament with the aim of, to quote the phrase that's been used, the aim of finishing the job. That means making good all the things that the Employment Rights Act should have done, but hasn't yet done. Let me just remind you of the background to this. In 2021, which is 5 years ago, the Labour Party commissioned a panel of parliamentarians and trade unionists to draw up a document which became a green paper. That's a consultative paper. It was chaired by Andy MacDonald MP, and I was the honorary legal advisor to it. And that green paper was called A New Deal for Working People. And it set out almost everything that we thought that a programme of industrial relations legislation should do. Well, as we know, the government was elected in July of 2024 with 174 MP majority. And speaking for myself, I couldn't see any reason why all the proposals in a New Deal for Working People shouldn't have been put in place. The New Deal for Working People was adopted and proclaimed as the government, as the Labour Party's policy by Keir Starmer, by Angela Rayner, and by many other shadow ministers. But just before the election in January 2024, it became watered down a bit. And then in the drafting of the bill itself, there were further concessions made. And we haven't got time, obviously, this morning to go through all those concessions, but just let me mention some of them because they are very significant. First issue, and I know it's one that concerns many members of this union. The first issue is that in the New Deal for Working People, we said that all workers ought to have a single legal status and be entitled to all employment rights from day one, with one exceptional category, and that is people who are genuinely in business on their own account, self-employed people in business on their own account. That was the only exception. All other workers would be classed as workers, and we wouldn't have the sort of distinction that you guys know all about between fake self-employed and limby workers and those who've got a full contract of employment, people that are employed by personal service companies and all the rest of it. We just have a single status, everybody entitled to all rights. Of course, you wouldn't get all rights on day one. Some rights accumulate with time. You wouldn't expect to have 4 weeks holiday the day after you started work on a job. Of course not. Your entitlement increases over a period of time. Fair enough. But the theoretical entitlement to paid holiday should start for every worker beginning on the first day. Well, the government have not put that into the Employment Rights Act. They promised to consult about it. They promised to consult last summer, that's to say the summer of 2025, and said that the consultation will be finished by Christmas. It wasn't even started. And currently we don't know when the consultation will start, if it starts at all on that issue. I just explain why that is particularly significant. It's significant because the Employment Rights Act continues to give some rights to some classes of workers and not to others. So, for example, if you're a full employee, you're entitled to protection against unfair dismissal. True, the government has said that doesn't come in on day one, but only after 6 months. I'm not entirely happy with that, but we can live with that. But the fact is that if you're not an employee, if you're a limby worker or a so-called self-employed worker, you're not entitled to protection against unfair dismissal at all. And some of these rights, you need to prove what your status is in order to get the rights. So for people, for example, it's going to hit people, for example, who are on 0 hours contracts. If you're an employee on a 0 hours contract, after 12 weeks, you're entitled to be given a guaranteed hours contract with guaranteed hours for the average number that you've been working over the last 12 weeks. But what's going to happen is that employers are going to say, well, blow that, I'll simply change the classification of my workforce so that they're no longer entitled to guaranteed payments. And a lot of workers are going to find it very, very difficult to argue against a change of status because they're on 0 hours contracts, and the employer will hint and may say explicitly, listen, if you don't agree to this, well, I'm going to stop giving you any hours of work at all. So, I mean, that's a bold case. That's maybe an unlikely case for many workers. But it just shows the danger, the problem of not dealing with the single status that we set out explicitly in the New Deal for Working People. A second point, Chair, if you bear with me, is that the New Deal for Working People promised sectoral collective bargaining in every sector of the economy. Well, what does that mean? It means that everybody should be covered by a national collective agreement for their industry. Now, whether the bakers, food and allied workers would all be in one sector, I don't know. Some might be in agricultural production or food production. Some might be in retail. Some might be in transport. Whatever the sector is, there should be a collective agreement negotiated by the unions organising people, workers in that sector, and the employers that employ the workers in that sector. Now, this is not something new that we dreamt up. This is something which was the state, which was normal during the 20th century. In fact, from the end of the Second World War until the 1980s, 80% of the workers in this country were covered by a collective agreement negotiated for them by trade unions with the employers, usually in the particular sector. Some were covered by collective agreements on an enterprise basis, a factory-only basis, or an employer-only basis, but most were covered by a national agreement, which set minimum pay, minimum rates of pay rather, terms and conditions of employment, and could negotiate anything else that the unions and the employers thought was appropriate. Now, because of changes to the legislation, the anti-union laws of the 1980s and globalization, privatization, outsourcing, and all the rest of it, the fact of the matter is that today it's only about a quarter of the workforce that has the benefit of a collective agreement. Now, most of your members at this conference, of course, are covered by a collective agreement because your union has negotiated with the relevant employers. But think of the 3/4 of the British workforce of 34 million people, by the way, just over half the entire population works. 3/4 of them are not covered by a collective agreement at all, which means that the employer can set the pay terms and conditions unilaterally. And if you go for a job and you don't like the pay terms and conditions that are being offered, you try negotiating with the employer. You get shown the door very, very quickly indeed. So the Employment Rights Act doesn't provide a mechanism for re-establishing sectoral collective bargaining. I moved an amendment in the House of Lords to introduce such a mechanism so that we could extend sectoral collective bargaining across the various sectors of the economy, but the government rejected that, and that's still their position. I think that's a very bad thing indeed, because it seems to me that it's the absence of collective bargaining coverage that has reduced working class standards of living to what they are today. We haven't got time to go into that, but I'll give you one statistic which always strikes a chord with me, and that is that 32% of all those on universal credit are in work. Now, if that doesn't tell you how low wages are in this country, I can't imagine anything else that would be more convincing than that. Now, there are other problems with this bill as well, which need filling in by a second Employment Rights Act. We haven't really got time to go into all of them, but I'll just mention one last one, Chair, because I know you're worried about the time. And that is that in a New Deal for Working People, we said that the law on industrial action in this country ought to comply with the United Kingdom's ratified international legal obligations. So that means the treaties which establish labour law minimum globally or European wide, which the UK has chosen to ratify, and it hasn't ratified all of them, but the ones that it has chosen to ratify should, or our laws should comply with those obligations. Now, when we wrote the New Deal for Working People, we knew perfectly well, of course, that many of the UK's laws, particularly on industrial action, didn't comply with its ratified international obligations. And that's been brought home this year because a report, the annual report of the Committee of Experts of the International Labour Organization, have drawn the attention of the United Kingdom government to the fact that our laws on industrial action don't comply with International Labour Organization Convention 87, which establishes the right to strike, for example. And likewise, this year, the European Committee on Social Rights have reminded our government yet again, and both these committees have been doing this for the last 30 years, reminding the UK that it's not in compliance with its international laws. The European Committee on Social Rights reminded the government yet again that it wasn't in compliance with the European Social Charter, which protects the right to strike under Article 6, subparagraph 4. Not that you need that detail, but the fact is that our laws on strikes don't comply. It's true that the Employment Rights Act does modify the right to strike. It makes notice provisions, notice that unions have to give employers a bit easier. It lengthens the period of, it shortens the period of notice that unions have to give, and so on. But it doesn't comply with the absolute fundamental issues that every worker should have a positive right to strike, and that workers should be entitled, for example, to take solidarity industrial action with other workers who are in dispute. Our laws don't comply because we require that a union gives notice to the employer of its intention to ballot for industrial action, not merely that it has to give notice of taking industrial action, but it has to give notice that it's going to hold a ballot of its members for industrial action. And the international bodies have said that that's excessive, that is not in compliance with the law. And finally, on that subject, the Prison Officers Association has been banned from taking industrial action in England and Wales for the last 30 years or so. And the European Committee on Social Rights this year, in its report, said that that is completely unacceptable, that there should be no ban on industrial action by prison officers. And of course, as you may well know, there's no ban on taking industrial action by prison officers in Scotland. So we've got an absurd situation where one side of the border, POA members are banned from striking, and the other side of the border, they're not. I mean, the logic is beyond justification. So look, I'm sorry to rush through this stuff, but I know time is tight and you may have some questions for me. but that gives you a flavour of why it is the Campaign for Trade Union Freedom and many unions are calling for a second employment rights bill. And I hope, I think it's the case, but I hope if it's not, that this conference will put it right, that the bakers will echo that call as well, put pressure on the TUC and hence on the Labour Party to make sure we get a second bill to put right the things that should have been put right in the first place and bring the New Deal for working people back into legislative reality. Thanks very much for listening.
Thanks, John. Really appreciate that. And I think what you've covered there is so important to everybody in this room and everybody back in the workplaces. And yes, we are fully behind the Trade Union Freedom Bill, and we agree we need a new employment bill that actually delivers for working people. Has anybody got any questions for John? Hey, they just have to walk down, John, so you'll just have to give him a sec. They had a heavy night.
Morning conference, Wasili Ali, branch 561, Office Bradford. I've got a few questions for John. I'll start with a summary. So when you guys were the committee that did the new working deal for working people,
can you speak up a bit?
All right. I said, when you did the new working deal for working people, what powers or what was your mandate? Because when it was changed, you did not do anything about it. The second question is, what safeguards did you have to protect the new working deal? The third one is, when it was adopted, when was it adopted? Where was it adopted? So, in my opinion, the government or the Labour government has made it an appeasement to the working people by passing down a watered-down deal. So this second bite of the cherry that you're talking about, how are we going to put any protections in place? Because why do something that we know we're not going to get what we wanted like we did in the first place? Thank you.
Okay, John, if you want to answer the three questions, that'd be great.
Yeah, sure. I'm not sure I caught the second one, to be honest. What was the second one?
Wasili. What's the safeguards?
Oh, what's safeguards? Okay. Right. The background to this is that when Keir Starmer was elected leader of the Labour Party, he appointed Andy MacDonald, MP, as the shadow minister for employment rights. And it was in that capacity that Andy was asked to formulate the outline of the industrial relations legislation that the Labour Party, if elected, would introduce. And that Green Paper, the New Deal for Working People, was adopted by the Labour Party conference in 2021, and it was reaffirmed by a conference in 2022. And there's no doubt about it. Everybody, there's plenty of photographs of Keir and Angela Rayner waving the document about in their hand. This was the policy of the Labour Party. And you're right that there has subsequently been compromises of the proposals that were in the New Deal for working people. I don't quite understand why it was felt necessary to make any compromises at all. With 174 MP majority, the government could have done whatever it thought was appropriate. So there you are. That's the background to it. Now you say, well, what's the point of going for a second employment rights bill if we didn't get it the first time? We're not going to get it the second time. I disagree with that. That's a rather negative view. I'm putting words into the questioner's mouth. I know he didn't say that, but the situation is different. It's quite clear to everybody that the Labour Party policies are not satisfying the electorate at the moment. Everybody's fed up with the Labour Party, and one of the reasons is because it's backed down on various promises that were made, amongst which are the promises which were made in the New Deal for working people. So, and there's going to be, or there may well be at least, a change in the leadership of the Labour Party. So now is the moment when trade unions could come together and say, listen, whoever the new leader is, or even if it remains Keir, listen, if you want to get elected again, you're going to have to put back what has been taken out from the New Deal for working people. We demand it. And I think that the Labour Party is susceptible of pressure at the present time, and that means that the unions should apply that pressure in order to change the policy of the Labour Party.
Cheers, John. Is there anybody else got any other questions? No? You got the just before dinner slot, John. So the eagerness to ask questions probably is what they're thinking. I'm going to let them go for an extra brew. They could be wrong. But John, we really appreciate the work that you do. We really appreciate the arguments that you put forward on behalf of working people. And obviously we thank Trade Union Freedom and the IER for everything that they've been doing and campaigning on. And yes, we will be there, and we will be supporting the arguments. We will provide information about what life's really like for bakers workers, and obviously the allied people, and obviously the sex workers union and the land workers, because we do work right across different parts of the economy now, which we're very proud of. And so, yes, we will have a lot of information that we are happy to share and happy to campaign with you on. So thank you very much, John. We really appreciate it. Would I do one? At least? Do one. Yeah, we'll do one. Yeah, you're not going early. Sorry. But we're going to do something really nice. Okay, we're going to do two things that are really nice.
Best make sure I get them the right way around. Conference, one of the best parts of conference is awarding some of our reps for going above and beyond and being extraordinary. You're all extraordinary, but some are just that little bit more extraordinary, and we award them every year for going above and beyond on behalf of our union and our members. Now, I'll just give the solicitors a shout. We're not going to do yours yet, so you're all right. You can still sit and chill. We're just going to do two at the minute, and we're going to come back to the rest, just so that they're not ready to run up. But we're going to do two at the minute. We're going to do the Dermy Best National Health and Safety Award first. For those that don't know, we named the National Health and Safety Award after Dermy Best, one of our fantastic members in Region 7, who has for many years contributed to keeping our members safe at work, and the executive felt that it was very fitting that we renamed the award after Dermy, to thank him for all the amazing work that he's done over his many years of activism. And it was recognised that this year's recipient, just like Dermy, contributes so much in keeping our members not only at their own branch safe, but also in the region that they operate within, and also nationally with the activity and the input they put to the National Committee. And they've no idea that they've won this award. I checked last night, they don't know, so it'll be a shock. But this year's recipient of the Dermy Best National Health and Safety Award is George Hoy from Region 7.
Shock. Oh, that's a bloody shock. Sorry, bro.
Do you want to say anything?
Yeah. Oh, well.
Say a couple of words.
Oh, sorry. I was pushed into the health and safety job, so it was. Mr. Mulliner said to me one day, we need you to do as a health and safety. I says, I'll think about it. Well, you need to think too long because the course starts next Monday. So I got put, and when I got into it first, I was really got into it. Now, with working with companies, it can bring you down at times, but to all health and safety reps, keep fighting it. Keep fighting the companies. If there's anything wrong, that you're going to be ill or could make yourself at risk, fight it. And just finish off by saying, this is a great honour for me because Dermy's was my mentor. You could say, like, he was the one that really was pushing me to be where I am now at the moment. So appreciate the union for doing this here. Thank you.
Our next award, I'm going to try not to cry this time. I cried last year when we did this, so bear with me. When we sadly lost Sean Wellesby, the executive wanted to keep his memory alive. He was an activist in Region 4, spent a period of time as our vice president, and of course was heavily involved in Warburton's, what with being a branch secretary. So it was agreed, rather than name an existing award in Sean's honour, we would create an award that would be awarded to activists within Warburton's, and Warburton's alone, that go above and beyond to keep his memory alive. This year's recipient was chosen by the Warburton's Branch Secretaries Group due to his positive work in the branch, but also for everything he does for the people of Warburton's outside of work, which they believed, and I'm quoting, is totally amazing and shows the real quality of the man that he is. And from a personal note, his activism, especially on international issues concerning Palestine, as well as wanting to support the wider union, is actually quite inspiring. So this year's recipient of the Sean Wellesby Memorial Award is Chris McGill. And he didn't know about it either, looking at his face.
I'm at a bad age. So I'll be charging you next.
It was unanimous by the panel, apparently. Do you want to say a few words?
Cheers for the heads up, troops. I don't know what to say. Thanks.
6 minutes? Shall we leave the rest? What do you want to do?
We'll do it later.
We'll do it later.
We can go for a brew.
Okay, let them go for a brew.
Okay, see you at 1 o'clock.
Got in Region 5 now on the committee. No one here. stuff first.
Yeah, we just need to get the roll call out of the way. Yeah, we'll have to do.
Yeah. Oh, just wait down there while we do the roll call and then. Know what to do today, does it? 1 minute sunny, next minute lashing down.
Sit in your branch.
Come on, no, do that.
Okay, can you shut the doors? Okay, can you shut the doors, please? Okay, thank you. General Secretary to call the roll.
Afternoon conference, Region 1. Region 2. Region 3. Region 4.
15.
I like how you don't add present. Are we just here in like...
Sorry, 15 present.
Region 5.
Oh, the glee on standing orders.
I know. A big cheesy grin. Region 6, we've got 2. Region 7. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Online. Thank you ever so much, conference.
Okay, conference. Just to let you know, you're not going to need your agendas now. This session is about health and safety. Obviously, you passed the motion yesterday in relation to making women visible in the workplace, and this next part is to give you an understanding of some of the issues that women face, and how, as safety representatives, you're able to put this on the agenda in the workplace. So now I'm going to leave the stage and I'm going to hand it over to the chair of our National Health and Safety Committee, John Owens. So the Health and Safety Committee can come up here now.
Okay, welcome everybody. It's not something that we usually do this, so you know, sort of, you know, bear with us and be kind to us and don't heckle us too much. Like, firstly, I think it's important that obviously I introduce the panel on the Health and Safety Committee, and I'll start on my left. This is Joanne from Region 4, and then we've got George from Region 7. And just want to pass on me congratulations on George winning the Health and Safety Awards. Really well deserved. On my right, I've got Michael Blundred from Region 3. Then I've got Tony Mansell and Dawn Scott from Region 2. You'll probably notice that Tony and Dawn have got big smiles on their faces now because they're both Arsenal fans. So they made... They made up that they won the league. Obviously, they never won the Champions. They never won the Champions League, like, but being champions of Europe is not for everybody. Oh, I struck my bloody water now. Oh, yeah. We'll crack on. Right.
Was that auto tears?
Cheers. As Ian spoke before, you know, we passed the motion yesterday about you know, women in our workplaces with health and safety, and Ian alluded to it yesterday about obviously the 1974 Health and Safety Work Act was probably put together by you know, males, and I think over the years that the increase in females in the workplace has increased a lot. I know in Greggs, you know, the 33,000 people who work for Greggs, around about 80% of them are women, and in the shops that goes up to 90%. And I think there's been a bit of a shortfall across the years for, you know, women in the workplace with health and safety. So the purpose of this session is to focus on workplace health and safety for women workers across the food industry and, you know, the wider employment places. And at our regional councils, branch meetings, and our National Health and Safety Committee, you know, time and time again, you know, things crop up all the time, like. So as a committee, you know, we decided to put this together and, you know, sort of, you know, do it today. There is 5 topics that we're going to cover, and hopefully at the end of it, you know, we'll be able to do a question and answer session, and hopefully, you know, people can get up with experiences in the workplace. So the first topic is making women visible in health and safety. And this section outlines why women's health and safety must become a visible and permanent part of union safety work rather than occasional discussion. And too often, women workers experience a number of issues in the workplace, workplace design, PPE that doesn't fit, you know, lifting heavy boxes and cages, etc. So I'm going to ask Dawn to come to the microphone here, and Dawn's going to cover the first part.
Good afternoon, conference. It's about the safety gaps and the impact on women at work. If something at work is causing harm, it's our responsibility to deal with it. That's what safety is about. And today, I want to talk about how safety gaps affect women at work and why this is about comfort. Not about comfort, but about risk. The reality is, most workplace safety systems were designed around male bodies and male design. That might not sound like a big issue at first, but it shows up in very real everyday ways. Take personal protective equipment, gloves that are too big, safety gear that doesn't fit properly, when PPE doesn't fit, and is not just uncomfortable, it's dangerous. It reduces grip, limit controls, and can leave people exposed to hazards. That increases the chance of accidents. Then there's how tasks are designed. Lifting limits, tools, and expectations are often based on assumptions about strength that don't reflect everyone. This can lead to strain, fatigue, and long-term injuries. People end up adapting or pushing through, and that's where the risk builds. Workplace design is another issue. Storage placed above safe reach. Equipment set at heights that don't suit everyone. That forces people to stretch, climb, or improvise just to do their job. And again, that's not a minor inconvenience, that's a safety hazard. We also need to talk more openly about menopause, because this is an area that's often ignored in the workplace safety. Menopause isn't just a personal or medical issue, it can directly affect how safely someone can do their job. Symptoms can include hot flushes, fatigue, difficulty concentrating, dizziness, headaches, and disturbed sleep. In a work environment, these aren't small things. They can increase the risks of mistakes and accidents. For example, someone experiencing a hot flush in a hot and poorly ventilated workplace may be at risk of overeating. Fatigue from poor sleep can slow reaction times, especially in jobs that involve machinery, driving, or high levels of attention. Difficulty concentrating can affect decision-making in safety-crucial situations. And yet, many workplaces don't acknowledge this. There may be no access to cooler spaces, no flexibility in uniforms or PPE, and no option for short breaks when symptoms hit. On top of that, people may feel uncomfortable raising the issue because it's seen as private or even taboo. That silence creates risks. When people feel they have to just push through, they are more likely to be unwell, fatigued, or distracted. Addressing menopause at work doesn't require huge change, but it does require awareness. Simple things can make a big difference. It's like better temperature control, access to water, breathable PPE, flexible breaks, and a culture where people feel able to speak up. And then there's a culture more broadly, when workers feel reluctant to ask for breaks or to speak up about issues. Problems don't get fixed, fatigue builds, mistakes happen, and people, especially women, may feel pressure just to get on with it rather than raise concern. All of these gaps add up. They lead to fatigue, they lead to stress, and they increase the likelihood of injury. So let's be clear about this. It's not about making work more comfortable. This is about making work safer. If our systems don't work for everyone, then they're not a safe system. Safety means designing work, equipment, and environments that reflect the people actually doing the job. That means properly fitting PPE, realistic task design, workplaces that suit different bodies, open conversations about health, and a culture where people can speak up without hesitation. Because if something is causing harm at work, it's our job to deal with it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Dawn. Dawn's right. I think sometimes, I've seen it in my own workplace that, when women are suffering from the menopause, that they're sneered at, and it's not good. And I know, like the International Union of Food Workers, the IUF, in 2023, their Congress adopted a resolution of the necessity of making menopause a workplace and trade union issue. And, you know, it'd be interesting to find out how many of your workplaces have a menopause policy. I think it's something that you know, your next regional councils under health and safety, you know, if you do have one, and other sites don't have one, you know, it's taking along, have the discussion about it, and you know, share that information and take it into work and ask the company why, you know, they haven't got a menopause. And I know, like, I don't know whether it was sent out to everybody, but there was some information sent out, the menopause, the trade union and workplace, you know, issue. And, you know, sometimes I think I feel guilty myself, like, because, you know, I don't suffer from menopause. And I think sometimes, you know, us fellas don't sort of, you know, take on board some of the conditions that that women have. And I was quite shocked. And Dawn just spoke then about some of the things that when you suffer from menopause, how can it can affect your concentration and fatigue, etc. Like, so, you know, it's something I think that you should bring up at your regional councils. As I say, if you've got a menopause policy, you know, good, bring it along and, you know, share it with other people. So, you know, all the other working sites can do it as well. So the next part is workplace experience and rep reality. I think that the health and safety reps play a massive part in our workplaces, and you know, the committee would like to thank all the work that you do, you know, on your sites. And I think you know, a lot of the time that you know, these reps you know, have saved people from sort of serious injury and, you know, help people and supported people. So I'm going to ask Tony to come up now, and he's going to share at least one experience, maybe a couple of experiences, something that happened on his site quite recently.
Yep. Right, thanks. Now this topic is about PMDD. Premenstrual dysphoric disorder. I didn't know what this was until a few weeks ago. And a few weeks ago, I came across a female member who was a line manager in a distressed state on the shop floor. So I took her to one side. Now, I'm not going to name her, but I took her to one side in the room off the shop floor and said, "What's happening, Ginge?" Now, I call her Ginge because she calls me Ginge. I don't know why. I took her upstairs and contacted the area manager and explained that she needed to go home as she was in no fit state to work. The area manager suggested an occupational health referral. We explained what the problem was, and she was undergoing medication. The distressed member, Ginge, was worried that she would be at an absence trigger if she went home, as she'd already had a couple of prior absences. Now, PMDD is a severe and chronic medical condition. It triggers debilitating mood-related and physical symptoms in the 1 or 2 weeks before a woman's period, typically resolving shortly after menstruation begins. Now, it's legally classed as a disability in the UK under the Equality Act of 2010 if it meets specific criteria. It must be a physical or mental impairment. It must have a substantial adverse effect on daily activities. It must be long-term, so under the Act, a condition is long-term if it's lasted or expected to last for at least 12 months and treated with medication. So what does this mean for our case? Because a PMDD meets the legal definition of a disability, the employer has an automatic statutory right to make reasonable adjustments. If the area manager or HR penalises her using standard absence triggers for this episode, they risk a claim for discrimination arising from disability, which is Section 15 of the Equality Act. And a failure to make reasonable adjustments, recent employment tribunal rulings have heavily penalised employers who have issued disciplinary attendance warnings for fluctuating menstrual and hormonal health conditions. Now you got key symptoms such as mood swings, irritability, anger, feeling of hopelessness, panic attacks, tearfulness. You get physical symptoms, bloating, headaches, muscle and joint pain, and behavioural. Extreme fatigue, difficulty concentrating, changes in appetite, and insomnia. Now, the causes. While the exact cause is not fully understood, PMDD is widely believed to be an abnormal, heightened sensitivity to the natural hormonal fluctuations of estrogen and progesterone during the menstrual cycle, which can cause a drop in the mood-regulating brain chemical or serotonin. To receive a clinical diagnosis, doctors generally require you to track your symptoms across 2 to 3 menstrual cycles using a daily diary. This helps differentiate PMDD from regular PMS or the worsening of any other underlying conditions. Now, management and treatments. You have medication, hormonal birth control, lifestyle adjustments, pain relievers. As a union rep, or health and safety rep, my immediate priority was to protect Ginger's mental health, secure her role, and ensure the employer complies with the UK employment and equality laws. Because PMDD causes severe recurring impairment, it's legally recognised as a disability under the Equality Act of 2010, meaning the employer has a statutory duty to support her rather than penalise her. So, best course of action to protect this member and resolve the situation: reassure the member and support the Occy Health referral. So the area manager suggestion for an Occy Health referral was actually a good next step, providing it's framed protectively rather than punitively. De-escalate anxiety. Union representation, offer to help her fill out any Occy Health referral questionnaires. Ensure the referral paperwork explicitly asks the medical practitioner if her PMDD falls under the definition of a disability, and gather medical evidence. Request an immediate absence trigger discretion. To alleviate any immediate distress while missing work, utilise your leverage as a union health and safety rep to negotiate an interim agreement regarding the absence policy. Ask for policy discretion. Argue disability discrimination risk. Formalise reasonable adjustments. Once the Occy Health report is back, we, even as an interim measure, work with a member and the area manager to draw up a formal reasonable adjustment agreement. Flexible absence management, duty allocation, temporarily reallocate high-stress tasks to other staff. Hybrid or flexible hours if possible. Safe space protocols. Address the culture. As she's a line manager, the member likely feels immense pressure to remain strong for her team, which exacerbates her distress. So always maintain confidentiality. Ensure the manager and the HR keep her diagnosis strictly confidential. Her direct reports to the shop floor only need to know why she occasionally missing work. Peer support. Check if your union branch or the employer has a women's network or disabled staff network where she can find peer support without feeling judged in her normal management capability. Now, this situation absolutely falls under the category of health and safety at work. And under the Health and Safety at Work Act 1974, UK employers have a strict statutory duty of care to ensure the health, safety and welfare of all employees. This legally includes protecting both their physical and psychological well-being. As a union health and safety rep, you can leverage health and safety frameworks to protect your members. You have the right to leave a workplace under serious distress. Under Section 44 of the Employment Rights Act 1996, workers have the right to remove themselves from a work situation if they reasonably believe they face serious and imminent danger to their health and safety. Failure to provide a safe system of work. Employers must provide a safe working environment. If an employer is aware of a chronic medical condition and refuses to accommodate it, they are failing to provide a safe system of work. The argument for this is subjecting an employee to standard, rigid absence triggers when they suffer from a severe documented medical condition like PMDD causes immense mental stress. And the application. The Health and Safety Executive states if a work or workplace policies aggravate an employee's existing mental or physical health condition, the employer must assess our risk and remove or reduce the stressor. In this case, the absence policy itself is the hazard causing acute distress. And the HSE guidelines on long-term health conditions. The HSE principles for long-term health conditions explicitly direct employers to design supportive, enabling environments, such as risk assessment. The employer has a duty to conduct a personalised workplace risk assessment regarding how a PMDD interacts with a shop floor role. And the physical environment. The HSE and the UK Menstrual Health Guides advocate for practical health and safety adaptations, such as easy access to rest facilities, toilets, and private spaces if a member experiences acute pain or sudden emotional distress. So in conclusion, how do you use this as a union rep? When speaking to HR or the area manager, frame this as a dual issue, explaining this is an Equality Act compliance issue regarding a long-term disability, but is equally a health and safety issue, and that's what we're here today to discuss. It's an health and safety issue. Argue that treating an acute medical crisis as a standard disciplinary attendance issue directly violates the employer's statutory duty of care to provide a safe working environment for all employees. And at the end of the day, that's what we're here to do. Okay?
Okay, thanks for that, Tony. And I think that, you know, the day in question that, you know, Tony just went into work to do his, you know, his normal job. You know, and you could see this lady was suffering, and he went over and, you know, he spoke to her. And I think that's the important thing of being an active health and safety rep, is that, you know, you switched on and you notice these things. The condition that the lady's got, that's, you know, I think all of us on the committee had never heard of it before, you know, and Tony's done some research on it and all that, like, and, you know, I think he should be commended for, you know, what he did that day to help the lady, you know, to support her and, you know, to highlight it to the, you know, to the company. And I think, like, it's always, you know, important that, you know, if you do walk around your factory or your shop and all that, and you see people struggling, like, you know, to, you know, ask them the question, like, is there an issue? Is there a problem? You know, see if there's a risk assessment for that job. If there isn't a risk assessment, get one done. If there is one, make sure it's fit for purpose and it's fit for everybody, not just the average person. So, yeah, well done, Tony, on what you did in work that day. Okay, the next section is occupational exposure, and hopefully we are going to be joined online by Helen from the Green Baby campaign, and this section explores the impact of toxic chemicals exposure and occupational exposure on women workers. So hopefully we're joined by Helen.
Thank you. Yes, I'm here. I am going to share my screen if that's okay. Yeah, the sharing isn't turned on though. I think you just have to open it up. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Just start this. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me today. I'm very pleased to be here. My name is Helen Lynn. I am a senior consultant and research fellow at WEN, the Women's Environmental Network. I'm also associate research fellow at the Faculty of Life Sciences Health at the University of Exeter. I've worked at WEN, the Women's Environmental Network, for about 18 years. I head up the Feminist Toxic Free Futures campaign there, which covers the environmental work, which is a campaign on all aspects of menstruation, and also the Green Baby campaign. I must be honest, I'm an environmentalist, but I have worked extensively with the Hazards campaign and Hazards since I started at WEN in 1995. I'd just like to say congratulations on your recent motion. And just to say to the previous speaker, which kind of links to what I'm going to talk about it, exposure to certain chemicals in the workplace can significantly affect premenstrual dysphoric disorder, PMDD. And like you rightly said, we don't know the exact causes, but environmental and occupational chemical exposure can act as a trigger or exacerbate factors. So it's really useful to look at the exposures in the workplace as well as the other issues as well. Just a little bit about WEN. We're an inclusive organisation. We welcome everyone who shares our mission. We're an environmental charity, so we work on issues that connect women, health, equity, and environmental justice. We have many different campaigns, including on food and climate justice, the one I'm working on toxic-free futures, and sometimes they can seem quite disparate, but they all link gender, equity, health, and our environment. And our main aim really is to build a world where women, communities, and the planet thrive. Just to say, we're an inclusive organisation, so we use the word women, but when views issues from a gender and intersectional perspective and is inclusive of gender non-binary, trans, and gender non-conforming people. Although some of the research I'll be talking about today specifically was carried out on women or girls, so I'll reference it as such. So we believe that exposure to toxic chemicals is a feminist issue, and the gendered impact of toxic chemical exposure does have a feminist dimension. So we know, as the previous speakers have said as well, that exposure to these harmful substances at home, in the workplace, in the wider environment, doesn't affect everyone equally. And this is due to a combination of biology, social, economic, environmental, and occupational factors. And this is called toxic inequality. So women and females are disproportionately affected because of our biological susceptibility, because of structured gendered inequality in society, by the different kinds of occupational roles we do. There's cumulative exposure on a daily basis, and this can happen to a large extent in the workplace. We're exposed to chemicals, the same chemicals that can be quite toxic on a daily basis. There's a lack of data about the health impacts of these, and this is all compounded by things like beauty norms, which links to many of things like personal care products and gender products like period products, which I'm going to talk about today. And this is all combined with other forms of discrimination, such as race and disability. And we also know that often women are excluded from decision-making forums on issues like chemical management and health and safety. And we know in research as well, there is sometimes data not collected on the impacts on men and women, or males and females. And this leads to a lack of remediation or legislative action. So it's actually a catch-22 situation, because people aren't looking at risk to women and females. They're not finding the problem, and this leads to increased risk. And this exposure to toxic chemicals magnifies the existing inequalities within our society. So, I mean, we know that women make up half the workforce, 16.37 million women working in the UK, and the risks they face at work are often, too often described as hidden or invisible. And sometimes women and female work is seen as safe, despite recent research to the contrary. So the TUC health and safety specialists believe that women do not have their concerns about health and safety properly addressed. So it's really welcome that you have a motion addressing this. So in terms of biologically susceptibility, women and those born female, we have different immune systems. In fact, there are differences right across the systems in the body between males and females. We go through a lifetime of hormonal changes, puberty, pregnancy, lactation, menstruation, and menopause. And many of these hormonal changes increase specific hormonally related diseases like breast cancer and endometriosis. Added to this, we have thinner skins. We detox more slowly after exposure than men. Also, we have more fat tissue, which means there's greater storage area for fat-loving and bioaccumulative chemicals like PFAS, which is a forever chemical, or endocrine disrupting chemicals, which can interfere with our natural bodily hormones like estrogen. And combined with all this, racialized and marginalized women, people and their communities face higher exposure. So when we look at specifically at toxic chemicals, like I said, endocrine disrupting chemicals, some examples of these would be chemicals in cosmetics, cosmetics in cleaning products, chemicals in industrial processes. We have chemicals that are used in plastics like BPA or phthalates, which, like I say, are endocrine disrupting chemicals which interfere with our body's natural hormonal process. And these are linked to ovarian, uterine, breast, and endometrial cancer. They're linked to decreasing fertility, increased cholesterol levels, and risk of obesity. They interfere, like I say, with our hormones and also fetal developmental effects and menstrual irregularities and endometriosis, to kind of name just a few. And there's a real gender data gap. Occupational health research has been focused on male-dominated industries for too long without much thought what injuries and illnesses could specifically affect women in their work. So quite a good example of this is in industries where women and females are underrepresented or overrepresented. So in industries such as hairdressing and beauty salons, cleaning services, garment and textile manufacturing, and the food industry, like you said, women can be overrepresented. And the gender roles that women perform in these sectors can lead to greater exposure. So using the examples of firefighters, for example, female firefighters have been found to have higher rate of breast cancer and cervical, thyroid and bladder cancers as well, and greater levels of exposure to chemicals like PFAS, forever chemicals, and endocrine disrupting chemicals. And this can be down to ill-fitting PPE, as the previous speaker spoke about, because women are smaller than men and PPE is not made for our bodies. There's also new restrictions on certain PFAS, which is a forever chemical, is used as a waterproofing in things like non-stick pans, and it's also used in firefighting foams. So there's been recent restrictions on this, which is really good. It means female firefighters will have less exposure in the workplace, but they will continue to be exposed to PFAS in gender products like period products and cosmetics. So I'd just like to ask you a question, and I'd like to focus a bit on menstruation, because along with menopause, it should be a workplace priority. Women, girls and people who menstruate can have about 400 to 500 periods in their lifetime. And this adds up to about 3,500 to 4,000 days, meaning that a woman spends about 7 to 10 years of her life menstruating. So where do you think heavy metals, PFAS, which is a forever chemical, endocrine disrupting chemicals and biocidal silver have been found? Do you think they've been found in open cast mining, in period products, in paint stripper, or in tap water? Any ideas? I can't hear very well, but actually they've been found in period products, surprisingly. Last year, we did a report with Pesticide Action Network UK, where we tested 15 boxes of tampons. We sent them to a lab and we found glyphosate in one of the boxes. So this was from a popular brand bought on the high street. Glyphosate is a pesticide. It's one of the world's most commonly used pesticide. It's a probable human carcinogen. It's used widely in lots of crops, but particularly on cotton crops, which is why it probably ended up in period products. And along with this, levels and indications of things like heavy metals like lead and mercury, pesticides and toxic chemicals have been found in many period products since about 2002. And they've been found in period pants, which is a reusable product, period pads, single-use disposables, tampons, cups, panty liners, and continence wear as well. And the issue about finding toxic chemicals and heavy metals in period products is vaginal absorption is a much understudied area, and it's a very absorbent area. It's got greater absorbency than the skin on the rest of the body, and that goes up to about 80% absorption rate. So you're using a product containing these chemicals in a very absorbent place. And this matters as well because there's no specific regulation about period products at the moment in the UK, or indeed in very few places in the world. Again, this is, sorry, I think that's just a replicant slide. We've been doing a lot of work looking at the regulation of period products. They're regulated under the General Product Safety Directive, but they're not specifically mentioned in it. And we are asking for specific regulation from the government. And so this has led to the government doing a consultation, which is live at the moment till the 23rd of June. And they're asking us if period products should be properly regulated. And I think this is a bleeding obvious question. Yes, of course. Yes, yes, yes. So we are urging everyone to please respond to this consultation. There's information on our website. All you need say is you can have an opinion and say, of course, period products could be regulated. We have a sample response if you want to use that as well to cut and paste. And we'd really appreciate people widely sharing this because it's a real example of a gendered products that everyone forgot about regulating, basically. I'll just talk a little bit about our Green Baby campaign. It's dedicated to eliminating harmful chemicals that impact health of babies. And the mission really is to create healthier environments for families by addressing toxic chemicals they encounter daily. And this would cover in the work environment as well, because obviously if somebody is pregnant, they're bringing their baby to work as well on a daily basis. There's some really good information on this from the International Federation of Gynecology and Obstetrics. I can never say that word, obstetrics. Basically, there's very little attention paid to this. Our Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists are members of this international federation. And there was 2 really good papers produced last year from FIGO. They basically say exposure to toxic environmental and occupational chemicals is a feature of everyday life, that these chemicals cross boundaries and we can be exposed through food, wind, water, soil. And there are inequalities and injustices in how toxic chemicals move about the globe. So they're calling for a global perspective on this. They're also saying that the burden of proof should be shifted to manufacturers and retailers to prove their products are safe and not that we learn that the products are unsafe afterwards. And also that preventing exposure to environmental and occupational chemicals is a priority for reproductive health professionals everywhere. And I'd also say health and safety professionals as well need to know about this. And this is all, of course, compounded by things like heat stress and the rising ambient temperatures, both in the environment and in the workplace. So it's something we really need to address. We have a webinar next week on the 18th of June. We have a Green Baby Day every year around the 18th of June, and we focus on different aspects of fetal and childhood exposure. This year we're focused on personal care products, and again thinking about people working in hair salons, people working in nail salons, again who are pregnant, bringing their baby to work. It's really important that we think about reducing exposure. So I'd like to invite you to this Green Baby Day webinars from 3 to 4. Again, there's information on our website. And yes, it'd be really great if we had lots of people there asking questions about this as well. Thank you very much for listening. I'm happy to answer questions about this as well if needed. Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions now for Helen? No? Okay. Thank you very much, Helen, for that. Much appreciated. You're more than welcome to stay online and hear the rest of the session if you want to. I think it's it's quite scary, isn't it, that sometimes that in our workplaces we're exposed to substances that, you know, in the long term, you know, affect your health and all that. And I'll just give a bit of a personal thing that happened to me. Then the fact is that I've worked in my bakery for 27 years. I've never smoked. I've never lived in an environment where people smoked. My parents didn't smoke. My partner doesn't smoke. And then over the years in work, we'd have lung function tests and peak flow tests. And over the last couple of years, I was getting some really bad scores on it. And the occupational health decided to send me to a specialist clinic in Birmingham, where I was diagnosed with industrial asthma. And that was either caused by the flour in the bakery or a cleaning chemical that we use called Tribec. And on the box of the Tribec, it does have a picture of your throat and your chest, saying it could be dangerous to respiratory issues. But that's what I was diagnosed with. As I say, I've never smoked, and it's quite tough to take because I can't do a lot of the things that I used to do in the past. You know, I never asked for this, like, but it just shows that some of the chemicals and the substances that we work with are really dangerous to our health. So again, thank you very much, Helen, for that. Our next topic is harassment. Should be classed as a hazard. We were expected to be joined by somebody from Jessie from End Not Defend, but unfortunately for personal reasons she couldn't make it. So, you know, who did we think that we were going to call to sort of discuss this? And we decided to ask Ian. So, welcome Ian.
Conference. Jessie sends her apologies. Unfortunately, she had to go into hospital, and that's why she's been unable to join us. Also, this part of the session should have included Dr. Bob Jeffries and Dr. Ruth Jeffries, who are two professors and lecturers from UC, from Sheffield Hallam. But they're also the representatives of the UCU, which is currently on strike. And unfortunately, the management called a meeting today to try and resolve the strike. So they haven't been able to join us either. Apologies from them, but hopefully, I mean, obviously I can't fill in for what Jessie normally does. But I will try my best to make you aware of what the campaign is, what the solutions are, and why it's important. So obviously, sexual harassment is a workplace health and safety issue, and the current system is failing workers. And the aim is to say what trade unions and the HSE must do differently. I mean, clearly, we wouldn't accept, you know, somebody breaking their arm, exposure to dangerous chemicals, being treated as a private HR issue. Yet every day workers suffer sexual harassment at work, and the system still treats it as a personal issue rather than a workplace hazard. End Not Defend exists because too many employers are still defending themselves and protecting perpetrators instead of preventing harm and protecting workers. The scale of the problem is 1 in 3 workers experience sexual harassment during their working lives. That equates to 10 million workers across the UK. The impact is not simply emotional distress, it includes anxiety, depression, PTSD, sickness absence, loss of earnings, and workers leaving employment entirely. It's estimated that 980,000 people fall out of the workplace due to sexual harassment on an annual basis. That's not my figures, that's the EHRC, who currently has oversight of sexual harassment. In 1 year, now bear this in mind, just short of 10 million incidents happening in the workplace. In 1 year, there was 23 employment tribunal cases around sexual harassment. So what's happening to the millions that are being sexually harassed? I know I've experienced one incident where the company deliberately timed out so the individual couldn't get justice. I know that on many occasions when workers do report their sexual harassment to their employer, they normally get told at the same time that they can't speak about it when they go out of here, because if they do, they will face potentially disciplinary action, which could lead to dismissal, as it could be considered as gross misconduct. I mean, that is not supporting a victim of sexual harassment. So most of these workers normally face either they've seen somebody, try and raise the issue in the workplace, seen what's happened to that individual, so they stay silent. Or they're leaving the jobs, like I say, 980,000 people falling out of work each year. Or they get NDAs, which happens on so many occasions, to stop them talking about it. Or they think the process is just too traumatic. The health and safety executive has a blind spot. But yet it recognises stress, violence, bullying, and psychosocial risks. But sexual harassment is ignored. But if sexual harassment was covered by the health and safety executive, I think I mentioned it yesterday, the reality is it would be the biggest issue in our workplaces. 9.8 million. 9.8 million. That's an awful lot of people suffering distress. So compare that. Compare it. Break an arm, reportable. Lose consciousness, reportable. Absent for more than 7 days due to an injury at work. But if a worker is sexually harassed, develops anxiety, suffers trauma, requires time off work, there is no reporting system and no reporting requirement. And if it's not reported, it's not measured. If it's not measured, it's not regulated. If it's not regulated, employers can continue to treat it as someone else's problem. And that's part of the reason why, we've circulated as a union this consultation opportunity that's been presented to us by the consultation on RIDDOR, a request that each of the branches send back to us information about what's happened in their workplaces, how they see reportable accidents happening, and if they've seen or witnessed sexual harassment happening in their workplaces. And the reason we're asking for that is because that will strengthen what we put into the HSE. And as well as doing that, as part of the End Not Defend campaign, we will be outside the Health and Safety Executive on the 26th of June in Liverpool, along with Ian Byrne and a few others, to demand that the Health and Safety Executive take responsibility for doing, their job, which we believe includes sexual harassment. And just on that, in 2021, believe it or not, Theresa Coffey, who was a Tory, you might remember her, signed the ILO Convention 190. The ILO Convention 190 is really interesting because when we signed that, it committed us to recognising sexual harassment as a health and safety issue. But yet, when we wrote to the Health and Safety Executive, as the End Not Defend campaign, we were told it's not our issue, it's an EHRC issue. So why sign up to an ILO charter if we're not going to recognise it? Australia's recognised it, and they put in place what needs to be done to protect people in work. Because it's right. It's a health and safety issue. And that's why it's important that we all understand why this campaign is happening. And it's also important about where we need, as a union, as representatives, to make sure that we're providing as much information to us so we can strengthen, the protections for people. Could be you, could be the people who work alongside, it could be your family, it could be members of your family. It's really, really important because that's the aim of this campaign. One of the other things that employers will try and do is say, look, it's a criminal offence. It's not really for us to deal with. If that happened to you, go and report it to the police. Well, we submitted freedom of information requests to every police. I've forgotten the name of them. Police force in the country. So there's 41 of them. The first, there was quite a few that wrote back to us and said, "Do you mean in the police?" Because I think we've seen, haven't we? We've seen the problem, in many of the police forces, and we understand why people may be fearful of going to the police. I mean, the Susie Everard case, for example, and all of the issues that have happened around the police force with its misogyny, and in too many cases. I mean, I know they've been protected in Manchester and are not allowed to be named or identified. But those were police officers that were sent to support women and raped them. That's not right, is it? That shouldn't happen. People should have the confidence that when they go and report something, that they're going to be protected and supported. But there was a few forces that we contacted who actually said, "Oh yeah, we've dealt with sexual harassment, but it's not actually a criminal offence. We don't recognise it as a criminal offence. You need to take it back to your employer." But there was 3 serious incidents that they had dealt with, which was good. I mean, there was at least 3 people that got a bit of justice from going down the police route. But remember, 9.8 million. 9.8 million. 3 people getting justice from going to the police. 23 people being sorted out in an employment tribunal. That demonstrates a wider problem. The system is not capturing the true scale of workplace sexual harassment. I told you yesterday, 743 young workers under the age of 19 currently going through the justice system to get justice for what's happened to them, for just going to work. Under 19. Kids. Sexually harassed. Forced out of the workplace. And forced to go and talk to solicitors to be able to get justice from their employer. The HSE enforcement activity relating to specific workplace violence and harassments remains extremely limited. The official data bears no resemblance to what workers' lived experiences are. And this is why we've been saying as well that this has to be controlled by a risk assessment. We need risk assessments in the workplace, and we encourage all of our safety reps and all of our branches to raise this on their health and safety committee. Now they're going to say, well, it doesn't come under the risk assessments that we do, because most of the risk assessments don't. But there is a duty placed on the employer to do psychosocial risk assessments. And they can be picked up through that. Because the other part of this campaign is to say it should be controlled by a risk assessment. I'll give you an example of a true incident, and if Bob and Ruth would have been able to come along, they would have probably spoke about this. When they did some research into hospitality, one of the things that one of the workers told them was that there was a specific task that was always given to the young, attractive women. And the reason why it was given to them, it was called a wash-up. Sounds innocent, doesn't it? Sounds innocent. But the overalls they wore became transparent. And then they had to walk past the managers in transparent overalls. I could have been picked up on a risk assessment. How many people have had the discussion about what happened in Rotherham? You know, Pakistani grooming gangs? Lots of them, innit there? We all talked about it. Shocking. Where that started, potentially, if a risk assessment had been put in place, it might have been identified quite early. Because it started in a taxi rank. We worked with the Susie Lamplugh Trust. Susie Lamplugh was an estate agent that disappeared, doing a job. Maybe if there'd been a risk assessment in place, it would have identified the lone working and the risk to that young woman. That's why we say it should be controlled by a risk assessment. And that's why it's important, as representatives, we put that on our agenda for health and safety. Sexual harassment is not an individual problem. Even with the latest legislation, it puts all the onus on the individual to do something about it. Even the whistleblowing part of the legislation that they've just reintroduced puts the onus on the individual to come forward. But unless you know the legal route and you do it properly, the reality is that you could face actually disciplinary action if you get it wrong. That's not right, is it? Because you've seen something and you want it to stop. You shouldn't have to face potential disciplinary action. It's a workplace hazard. It's a health and safety issue. And it's an organising issue. It's an organising issue, as this is today. And I'm really proud of the fact that our National Safety Committee is leading on this. And just as we fought, you know, for machine guards on machines and PPE, safe lifting, and asbestos controls, we must fight for the workplace free from harassment and abuse. Workers should not have to choose between their wages and their dignity, their job and their safety. What End Not Defend is calling for is sexual harassment to be recognised as a workplace health and safety issue. Employers must assess the risk, and that's where you can help. Put it on your health and safety agenda. We want a mandatory reporting style mechanism, but we also want an anonymous mechanism as well, because sometimes people work in workplaces where their ability to report things seems impossible. So we want the ability for people to be able to report if they don't feel comfortable in doing so. But to us also, the most important element of what we want to do is, like the gender pay gap is reported on an annual basis, we want how companies deal with sexual harassment reported on an annual basis, and it remains there until both parties agree that it was treated fairly, consistently, and both parties believe that the process was adhered to. And if it's reported on an annual basis, and you can all see it because it's all public, you will know whether that employer treats people with the respect and dignity that people deserve when they go to work, or if they couldn't care less about their employees, and you could make your own judgment. You could make your own judgment of whether you want to buy their products, or whether you want to go and work there, whether you want a member of your family to go and work there. Because to me, that's really important. I want to know if one of my daughters or granddaughters, or even great-granddaughters that I've got now, is going to go into a workplace, I want to know that they're safe. I don't want them being sexually harassed or abused or in anything. None of us do we? And we have the opportunity to change that. We do. The HSE should investigate failures to prevent harassment, just as it investigates other workplace issues. Stronger worker involvement. Safety representatives should be involved in the risk assessment, prevention planning and workplace investigations, monitoring outcomes. Trade unions, you know, we have a job to protect people. And yes, in some cases, it's not always women that are sexually harassed. Sometimes it happens to men too. And it happens to the you know what I'm trying to say, community as well. In fact, they're probably more at risk on many occasions. And a lot of the people that we're dealing with, those young people from McDonald's, come from that community. But they have a right to justice and dignity. They have a right to respect and be able to go and earn a living without having to suffer. Without having to suffer. The other part of what the End Not Defend campaign has done under the banner of the Workers' Policy Project, which is the body behind bringing End Not Defend together, is to build a coalition. The coalition consists of civil organisations, including Rights of Women. For people who don't know who Rights of Women are the only place that if you've been sexually harassed in your workplace and you need support, you can go to. 9.8 million, and only one place that can give you the support you need. That's why it is the job of trade unions to make sure that we fill that gap. And that's why it has to be an health and safety issue too. And why it's really important that we support people and believe people. We don't take sides. My experience of dealing with sexual harassment, I mean, people will know that we organise strikes. I enjoy organising a strike, not wrong with a good strike. But when we organised a strike in one particular pub chain, because I realise obviously it's being filmed and I'm probably getting in trouble for naming the particular pub chain, before that strike, part of the reason why we was organising that strike was because those workers told us they would go and see their manager, tell them they've been harassed, tell them they've been touched up, tell them, and the manager would turn around and say, you work in a pub, get over it, it's part of the job, comes with it, it's the territory you're working in. After the strike, the proof culture can change. After the strike, new measures. You get touched up, get harassed, you tell your manager, the manager has a job now to go and talk to that person who's done it and tell them if they want to come back in this pub, they will have to apologise to you in person and they'll have to commit not to doing that again, else they'll be barred for life. Culture can change. And by the way, when you go into that pub chain now, what you'll notice is the staff have cameras round their neck. So if they feel unsafe or if they want to use it throughout all of their shift, they will have that camera on. But normally when they come out onto the floor, it will film any incidents that happens to them so they've got evidence. So cultures can change, even in places like a pub, where it's just to be expected because people are leery. If your business model is the right to abuse, I mean, because this is the other thing we get as well. It's just banter. Oh, banter happens between people who are having banter. Somebody going to work and serving you is doing a job. And if they don't see it as banter, then it's not banter. And your business model shouldn't centre around people being discriminated against or harassed. That's not freedom of speech. That's not the right to enjoy your evening, to make somebody else's life a misery or fearful. That's not how it works, is it? And again, when we started this campaign, one of the things that I just assumed everybody knew what sexual harassment was. But I don't. Probably none of us really understand it fully. We think we do, which is why we've invested money into Sheffield Hallam to do some research. And that research is going to be released, and we were also going to touch on that today, but obviously I haven't got that information with me, and they haven't sent it across, so I can't talk about that. But what I can say is on the 7th of October at the TUC Congress House, you know, we need to be there. We need to have reps there because we will be releasing that information. We'll be having a day where we're going to talk about the issues of sexual harassment and how we change the narrative, because it shouldn't be the perpetrator that's protected by the employer. It should be the victim that's supported by them. And that's what this part of the session is about. It's about talking about why this is a health and safety issue, why we need you to be involved, why we need you to take part. And if you want any more information, Look at the Workers' Policy Project website. There's lots of information on there. Look at the End Not Defend campaign. There's lots of information on there. If you want any information from me, I'm more than happy to supply it. But honestly, you know, when you go back to your workplaces, putting this on your agenda of your Health and Safety Committee will do more to help somebody than probably anything else that you've heard about at this conference this week. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Ian. And, you know, Ian's right. I mean, if you have a physical injury, an occupational disease, or a dangerous occurrence, it's all covered by RIDDOR, and it's enforced by the HSE. But sexual harassment, no. And as Ian said, on the 26th of June, Merton Road in Bootle, Liverpool, 11 o'clock, we'll be outside the HSE, demanding that you know, this is covered by RIDDOR. Okay. So number 5 is what reps can do in their workplaces. And this section focuses on practical workplace action, and you know, reps are encouraged to raise issues through, you know, inspections, health and safety committees, etc. So I'm going to hand over to Michael now, who's going to do a talk on that.
Oh, hiya. The most important thing that any of us in a recognised workplace can do is elect health and safety reps, because they have a number of legal rights that shop stewards don't. There is a whole slew of workplace regs that health and safety reps, once they're trained, can spout at management, and management have to obey. It's not a should, it's a must. Once you've got health and safety reps, any 2 reps can request, in fact demand, that a health and safety committee be set up, and that's got to be done within 3 months. There's a set of regs called the Safety Reps and Safety Committee Regulations that we all in the trade call the Brown Book.
Yeah.
And that is a fantastic set of guidelines that safety reps can rely on to enforce companies to take actions through health and safety in the workplace. It covers everything from training of health and safety reps, which must be paid, to how committees are set up, the makeup of the committees, you know, like whether it's the balance of managers to health and safety reps and things like that. It's absolutely essential that you have health and safety reps on your site and that they're trained. What I would say is that if you ever come across a health and safety risk, you should always report it directly to your manager if it's an imminent risk. Don't wait for a health and safety committee meeting or stuff like that. Just get it done immediately. If it's not an imminent danger, you can use your workplace hazard reporting systems. Every company will have them. And if they've not got them, your health and safety reps can insist that they develop them. As John mentioned earlier on, there's a section in the Employment Rights Act that says if you're in an imminent danger, you could just remove yourself to a place of safety and your managers can't do anything about it because it's their duty to keep you safe while you're at work. When we're on the things, the rights of health and safety reps, they've got the right to do inspections of your workplace every 3 months. All they've got to do is give reasonable notice to your employer, and they can also do it after an accident that's resulted in a 3-day injury or after a RIDDOR. I apologise for using all of these acronyms, but as a trained health and safety rep, they're the tools that we can use to force management to behave responsibly. And that's great. Workplace consultations should always be done with your health and safety reps. If you have any new equipment coming in, basically anything that affects the workers represented by health and safety reps, new technology, things like that, they should consult your health and safety reps before these things are introduced. And one of the great things about being a health and safety rep, if you are doing an inspection, you can talk to all of your members, the non-members, because a health and safety issue won't just affect your members, it'll affect non-members. And you can raise that with non-members as a bit of an organising tool to get them to join your union, our union, ideally. There are so many things that are covered by regs at work. PPE, fit and suitability, that Dawn was talking about earlier on. Yeah, there's regs for that. Workplace temperatures, which we've discussed today. They're all covered by the Health and Safety at Work Act and the workplace regs. Your health and safety reps, if they're trained, they can tell you you should have suitable thermometers in your workplaces, and that unfortunately we don't have a maximum working temperature yet, albeit the campaign for that is ongoing and fairly current at the minute with the weather we've been enjoying. There's so many things covered by regulation, like welfare and toilet access, Health and Safety at Work Act, the number of toilets, the suitability of toilets, things like that. When Dawn was talking about women's health and safety earlier on, manual handling operations regs covers it. Risk assessments all must be done to be suitable for the people doing the tasks. When we were talking earlier on about the Green Baby campaign, there is a set of regs called the Control of Substances Hazardous to Health regs, which covers, as it says on the tin, hazardous substances and any risk assessment for people who are handling these substances should recommend PPE if necessary and cover them off. As Ian has just said, harassment at work risk assessment should be done. The End Not Defend campaign is covering that, and it is a workplace issue. End of. When we get back to risk assessments, any health and safety rep can request to see copies of these documents or the COSH assessments, anything like that. The health and safety rep has the power to demand that those documents be available for inspection. If you have any accidents, which we will do at some point, unfortunately, and make sure they all go into your accident book at work. Ideally, get near misses reported as well, because a near miss today is an accident tomorrow. And make sure that these things are done in writing so that they can be referred back to, just in case you have to actually deal with a claim on it. These small things, they can prevent serious harm later if we stop them happening. That's it for me. Thank you.
Hey, cheers. As Michael, alluded to, that I think a lot of the times at regional councils, when we come to health and safety and when we come to discuss things at the National Health and Safety meeting, there's time and time again, you know, people say like, oh yeah, I'm a health and safety rep. He said, well, we don't have any meetings, or I don't get invited to meetings. I couldn't go to the meeting because, you know, there's no one to take over my my job. And Michael alluded to the brown book, and if you've been around as long as what I had, you used to get these little brown books, and that's why they're called little brown books. And you could fit them in your back pockets of your overall or whatever. Now they come in that size, but as Michael said, you know, they have everything in it that tells you. And I know on a few occasions in work when we've had health and safety meetings and certain things being discussed, and myself or Jay, I've said to the company, you know, can you send us that? Like, I'll have to ask whether you can send that. And I always have the brown book with me, like, and I always say, I tell you what, have a read of that, and we'll come back in half an hour, because you don't need to go and speak to your boss. That gives you the answer, that we are entitled to a lot of the information. And anybody who went to the Watkins and Gunn meeting yesterday, you know, Clive spoke about when you have health and safety meetings, that it's really important that if there are any hazards or anything like that, that they're brought up at health and safety meetings and they're documented, because you don't know further down the line if someone has an accident or has an occupational illness or whatever. At least you've got something to refer back to in the minutes. So it's really important that, you know, these things are brought up at health and safety meetings. And the fact that at health and safety meetings, they're not owned by the union, they're not owned by the company. It's supposed to be, you know, a joint delegation of managers and health and safety reps. Yet sometimes there's more of each side, like, but it's supposed to be a combined, you know, meeting. As I say, it's not owned by the union. It's not owned by the company. And I think a lot of the times when we come to health and safety in regional council, and then when we discuss it at the National Health and Safety Committee meeting, you know, we go through the region, whatever. Oh, you know, nothing to report. And sometimes it's, you know, it's disappointing, because I think we all feel the same way, that, you know, you can have the best terms and conditions. You know, you could be on £50 an hour and 100 holidays a year, and et cetera, et cetera. But if you haven't got decent health and safety in your workplace, what is the point in that? And I think, you know, it's sort of highlighted recently at the, you know, the fire at Warburton's, Andy's place, that first and foremost, he said, you know, the most important thing is that everybody gets out safe, you know, which they did do. You know, another damage could have been a lot worse, like, but I think the most important thing is that, you know, everybody gets out safe, and that's good that that's happened. And I think, you know, something else that always sort of like crops up at our health and safety committee meeting, like, you know, is PPE. You know, they seem to order like just one bog standard safety shoes. And, you know, people time and time again are complaining about safety shoes. You know, and I always believe that, you know, if you do a 12-hour shift, that those safety shoes are probably the most shoes that you wear, you know, in a week or in a month or whatever, like, because you're doing 12-hour shifts, and, you know, and they should be fit for purpose. So I think, like, that, you know, if you are a health and safety rep, that, you know, we need to start, like, sort of picking up on these things, as I say, make sure the you know, they get well documented. And I think it's good that, you know, I mean, a couple of years ago we passed a motion about extending the National Health and Safety Committee to have, you know, a male and a female from each region. And I know I'd been on it a long time, and it was always male dominated. I think Lizzie Dinnan was on it for a while. I think she only did one meeting because she got a full-time officer's job. And I think it was good that the conference passed that motion a couple of years ago. And I think we've struggled sometimes to get female reps. We do need female reps. You know, now, obviously Joanne's come along recently and Dawn, and we have Suzanne as well, and Tatiana in Region 1, like, and I think it's important to get that balance in our, Health and Safety Committee. So it's good that we are getting these people, to come forward. So that's all the, I say, the 5 topics that we were going to, cover. So, we'll open it up for a bit. We've got a bit of time, like, for any questions, or, if you just want to get up and say something about health and safety, or, you're looking for some help and where you get it from, or etc. And I think, it's always good that we use, different organisations. I've noticed the hazards are at the back there, and they're fantastic for, for information and help and all that. Like, so, always go on their website, and they have a magazine that comes out. Sadly, that we brought a motion I think it was last year, that every branch subscribes to this magazine. It was defeated, like, but that's just one of those things. But that has loads of information for health and safety reps. So if anybody wants to come up and ask a question, or something that's happened in their workplace that they've resolved, or an issue they've got in their workplace and all that, come up to the mic. Don't all rush at once, though. And if anybody wants to come in online, if you put your little hand up, like Dawn or Tony will let you in. Robbie.
Robbie, 282 Kernel District Branch. I don't know why I'm laughing. I haven't made the next line up yet. Just to ask the committee there for the information to share with conference of where they could obtain the little brown book. I know, but I think they should be advised.
Okay, the brown book. I think that your officers, they should have a stack full of them. But if not, you can get them online and download them. If you haven't got a printer, or sorry, sir, do you want to come in? Right, there you go.
For a little bit more info, you can also buy print copies from the TUC website. I've done that for our branch.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah, Joe Napper, 560, retired branch. Yeah, just a bit more information on your health and safety shoes. A lot of companies probably think that's all they have to do is provide a pair of suitable shoes. They haven't got to be just suitable, they've got to be comfortable. But like John says, if you're wearing them shoes 12 hours a day, they need to be bloody comfortable. So you can actually, you can actually force your company to get decent shoes for you.
Anybody else? Oh yeah, go on, Lee.
Lee Branch 459. This is a message for Tony, to be fair. There was a lot of information given, and my head was baffled, to be fair. I didn't understand what you were saying. But my question is, obviously I work in the shops a lot of time, visit shops throughout the week. And like John said, predominantly it's a women's based workplace, and obviously we have older end of the scale of ladies. How do you approach it, or how did you recognise it? Like, because I wouldn't have a clue. I'd think they're having a strop or something because they've got no staff or they're overworked or something without coming across too rude and then being offended and stuff. That's what I want to know.
Just so happened I was on the shop floor the one day, and I worked with the lady in question for 20 odd years, and I saw she was in distress state
Yeah.
on the shop floor, so that's when I...
Yeah, I'll come to this one, Tony.
Like I say, it was just on the shop floor, and I was walking past the line, and I saw the lady in question in a distressed state. And because I'd known her for years, I took her one side, so, you know, took her on in a little room onto one side, and that's when she explained to me what the problem was.
Yeah, I totally get you might know this lady, but from my point of view, I wouldn't probably know the next person for the next without having that connection. I don't want to be seen as, you know, they might find it offensive that, you know, a male, in my opinion, is coming up and asking, you know, are you all right? And then assuming they might have a premenstrual cycle or some kind of issue or anything. I don't know.
Probably if that happened again, it was somebody I wasn't familiar with, then
Yes.
I'd go to another female manager and get them to approach them.
Ah,
You know what I
right,
mean?
okay.
You could do it that way.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, Dawn.
Oh, come here, Dawn.
As a woman that actually works for Greg.
Yeah.
Don't ever be afraid to ask the question. Thank goodness we're at a state, well, we're more open now. That woman that you think is having a strop isn't having a strop, she's having a bad day. Just go up to her, are you all right? That's all it takes. Because they might be your colleagues, but they're also your friends, they become your friends. You get to know them. Don't never be afraid, because it's never a wrong question. There's a wrong way to approach it, but always ask the question, are you all right? That's all you've got to do. And as a female, if you come up to me, is anything wrong, Dawn? The women are more comfortable to be open and honest now. And the male population, you're all getting more open and honest. As women, we are now educating you. Because it was a taboo subject a couple of years ago. God, if my mother asked my father for sanitary pads, he'd have fainted. But we are more open and honest now, all of us. So all you men, please, if you see a woman in distress, she's not having a bad day, she's not having a strop, there's something bloody wrong. So please be brave and ask.
Yeah, no worries, thank you.
Anyone else? No. Go on.
Hi, right. My name's Bex. I think it's 503. I'm a first time speaker, so this is really weird for me. Warburton's Bells Hill. It's about the safety boots. So I'm an engineer, so I'm on my feet all the day, and it's like we've got two types of boots, and I was asking for a new pair because mine's like the steel's coming through now, so I need a new pair of boots. But I wanted like the kind of orthopedic ones that they call it. But they said that I need to get a doctor's note. And I just want to know if they're just being quite, if they're just talking rubbish and making it difficult to get them, because I don't see what difference it makes. But also, I don't know if it's the same kind of in England as it is up here in Scotland, where trying to get a doctor's appointment is an absolute nightmare. So, how can I get comfortable boots without going to speak to my doctor? Because I don't have problems with my feet. But if I keep wearing those boots, I will. So I'm trying to be preemptive.
I mean, I know what you're saying about you can't always get a doctor's appointment, but I mean that's what I would advise any member of my site if they had issues with the feet and the shoes, is to go and get some medical advice so you can go into work and say, look, these are the issues that I've got, or maybe ask to speak to you if you've got occupational health you know, to speak to occupational health and get some help off them, or, you know, perhaps they can refer you to, you know, get better footwear. But I know it doesn't help you getting a doctor's appointment, like, but that's the recommendation that I would. Hang on, Ian wants to come in, so.
That's the reason for doing this now, because that's an issue that needs to go onto your health and safety committee. If you're having problems with your boots, or you're having problems getting the appropriate personal protective equipment, and it's probably that your boots has been fitted for males, and they're not suitable for yourself, that's the reason for this session, because that's what we want to come out of this. The aim is that women feel comfortable about coming forward about the issues that they face, because the personal protective equipment is not suitable. And so that's an issue for the Health and Safety Committee to deal with. And that's where I would say, get hold of your safety rep. If they don't understand, obviously Chris is here now. So Chris is here. I mean, so he's heard it, and he can take it back, and he can make sure that obviously this is raised with the right people, because the intention is that you go away from here understanding that women's bodies are different. You go away from here understanding the issues that women face. And women have a right to raise these issues and for those issues to be addressed. And that's the whole point. You know, that's what we want to get through. Yes, the employer will always say, oh, you need a doctor's note. But actually, personal protective equipment, the first word is personal, and it has to be suitable, and that means comfortable. And that's the duty of the employer to provide it. And if they're not providing it, that's where the union comes in, that's where the representatives come in, and that's where we make and hold them to task. So I just wanted to answer your question so you're not frustrated up there. If you want to go with your occupational health or whoever, that's great too, but I would make sure that it goes to your health and safety rep as well.
Thanks, Chris, you heard that.
Okay. I think we've got another online one. Lee Pepper.
Hi, Lee Pepper, branch 365. Just wanted to go back on Becky's point there. We actually got that changed about 2 years ago. Every site now has physio that come onto site to help us out with any issues that we have. And what we've now done is we've changed it from having to get a doctor's note. You can actually go and see your physio, and your physio can actually get you those boots that you're looking for. And just to go back on something that Joe said earlier, and he made a really good point. You know, we've now done it so that you can go and see your physiotherapy on site. And I think there was a guy at one of the sites kept complaining about his boots, and they've actually gone out and sourced him a pair of boots at nearly £4,000. So nothing holding you back from going to those people and asking for exactly. And we've also got proper measuring facilities at all sites now, so you can actually have your feet measured by the physio as well. I just hope that helps you, Becky, with everything that you need.
Okay, thanks for that, Lee. So no more questions now. I don't know whether, obviously, George and Joanne have not done one of the sections. Like, I don't know whether you wanted to add anything else to the session, or.
On the case of PPE, especially for boots or trainers, whatever, it's your feet. It's not the company. You're on the company's floor. You're doing the work. It's all concrete. You're given like a pair of shoes and they don't work. So you go, right. I know one person in my factory, and he has got about 3 different pairs in the space of about 6 months. And he bought 2 of them. One was a pair of Reeboks. And I didn't even know Reeboks made safety shoes, but found out there. And he says, they cut the feet clean off him. He couldn't wear them. Like my size, I'm size 10 with feet. I was actually 10 and a half. But every time I go to get 10s, my boots, they say, oh, sorry, there's no halves. You have to give you 11. So they're not perfect. So I have a pair at home that I've been wearing for years. Like by law, I shouldn't be wearing them, but they're comfortable and I use them. So as I say, if you're shout to heavens if you're in illness or complaints or whatever, go to your union reps, go to your shop stewards, get it done. That's what you can do.
George. Okay, so, you know, again, I'd just like to thank the work that the health and safety reps, you know, do on all our sites and shops and bakeries, you know, to keep people safe. You know, hope you've taken something out of from today. You know, I'd like to obviously thank the committee for the work that they do, and Tatiana, Suzanne, and Pete, who are not here, but you know, for the work that they do on health and safety, and you know, I'd just like to say again, like that, you know, health and safety meetings really important to have them. It's really important that, you know, you are there as a health and safety rep. You are allowed paid time off to attend those meetings, and that's what you should be doing. You know, timelines, you know, some people have them every month, some committees have them every 6 weeks or whatever. It's whatever you sort of see best. You know, and it was like, I think it was Michael said before, like that, you know, if you see a hazard or an occurrence that you think is dangerous, you know, don't think like, well, you know, we've got a health and safety meeting next week, so I'll leave it to then. Like, you know, needs to be brought up straight away by your hazard reporting system, because, you know, you don't want potentially someone having an accident and then you're thinking to yourself like, well, I could have stopped that if I'd sort of, you know, reported it. You know, again, use the brown book. That's what it's there for. You know, it's a really good tool to use, and you probably find that you know, when you have your health and safety committee meetings and this, that, and the other, that management haven't got a clue what that is, and they haven't got a clue what's inside it as well. So I think it's always good, you know, to educate your managers and your bosses on it, and that's why it's always handy to, you know, to have one, like, so you can say to them, you know, go away and have a read of that. I'd like to thank, you know, Ian, who sits on the committee as well, always over there. So,
just waiting to eject you, that's all, John.
I'll take a double act over there.
Don't worry.
Yeah, I'd like to thank, you know, Ian, who sits on the committee as well. His minutes taken has improved. Not as good as what Jan was like, but he's, you know, he is slowly but surely sort of getting there. You know, and thanks again for your time. As I say, I hope you found it to be benefit to yourself, and, you know, when we finish conference and we go back to our workplaces, to, you know, keep everybody safe, whether they're a member or not. Like, it's important that we keep everybody safe, you know, and encourage females to, you know, to get involved in health and safety. You know, Joanne did, and Dawn did, and there's a young lady down here who's, you know, interested as well. Like, so, thank you very much for everyone. Thank you. Thanks, George.
Off we go now, is that?
Off you go now. Off go. Scoot. Scoot. Okay. Yeah, I'm on, aren't I? You can hear me. You can hear me. That's good. That's good. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the National Health and Safety Committee for doing that section of this conference. I think it's a really, really important section, and we hope that obviously the information which is going to be shared on a drive after conference. But if you do need any more information, you can contact me. And obviously, when you go to your regional councils, You can raise it at your regional councils, and obviously it comes up to the National Health and Safety Committee. We still, recognise the lack of women safety representatives. And we really do think it's really important that part of the process that you also do, besides making sure that women's issues are heard, is encourage women to stand up, to be able to be a representative. We need more women involved as representatives. We need more women aware that they can get involved as safety representatives. And obviously we're now starting to finally, after about 4 years, get women up on our National Health and Safety Committee, because it's supposed to be balanced. But we're getting there, and that's the most important thing. We're understanding it and we're getting there. But we're not going to go back to your agendas, but we have got a couple of nice things that we're going to do, which I'm now going to hand over to the General Secretary. Why? Did they?
My name's not Owen, it's Owens.
Oh, you got the wrong one. Sorry, you got the wrong guy.
What did I say? Oh. Come now.
Let's get some VAR on there. Oh no, it was bad enough, wasn't it? Right, conference. You will have known, for those that have been here for a few years, that we missed a few awards off earlier, just before lunch. I'll go straight into them. We've got a couple of them that are here to receive. So the first one is, this person is here, the Pat Rowley Organising Award. Pat Rowley, for those of you that don't know, was an incredible activist for our union. Even in his 90s, he'd be found out on a picket line or marching through London or dancing until the early hours of the morning at conference. He was always the last one to leave the dance floor. His enthusiasm, his dedication and his knowledge of our union, especially the finances. He always had questions on finances. And the wider movement was really inspirational for members of all ages. And when Region 2 put a motion forward to name the organising award after him, it was great to see that conference agreed and passed that motion. This year's recipient has been, and I wrote this before. I wrote this before what happened at Burnley, so I apologise for the pun. But this year's recipient has been on fire in their branch, signing up new members every week to the union. I know. If I remember rightly, I've seen it on Facebook because the full-time official in the region is very, very good at putting things out there. I'm sure that it's over 40 members that he has signed up to the union so far this year. And he's always talking about the union to workers, running surgeries at his site, as well as, supporting other members and activists in his branch doing their bit too. So the Pat Rowley Organising Award, sponsored by Thompson's, so I will need somebody from Thompson's to bring the award over, is Ahmed Gomar from Greencore. We're just going to wait for the award to get here, just 2 seconds. Let me move my pen out of the way, we don't want that falling over, do we? Sorry, I did try and pre-warn that it was going to be happening. Do you want to say a few words?
Yeah, thank you so much.
I'll hold it.
Sorry. Sorry. A little bit nervous, sorry. My name is Ahmed Goma. I'm president of branch 357 Greencore, Northampton. I'd like to thank BFAWU and the Council and 357 branch Green Corn Northampton and original free and my original officer George Atul for all continued support and helping our branch. At Green Court, we are trying to build our branch by 100% membership. Every need the union in workplace. When we stand alone, we are easily ignored. And we stand together, we our voice being listened. And we, stand strong and stand together and let's build our future and all deserve at Green Court. Thank you so much.
Our next award is for, which one shall we do? We'll do the Olive Malloy Young Members Award whilst Thompson's has stood up, and then we'll do Watkins and Gunn. Olive Malloy will be remembered by those who knew her as the chair of standing orders. For those of us in Region 5, she was often found collecting stamps from our regional council packs. Pre-digitalisation, you couldn't get out of the room unless Olive had got your stamp. After Olive passed away, the executive felt that it was a fitting tribute to name the Young Members Award after her, as she'd inspired so many in our union and held such respect as chair of standing orders. This year's recipient unfortunately cannot be with us at conference, so I would ask Region 1 just to send somebody up to collect the award on their behalf. But they have hit the ground running as an activist, recognising that Gales, whilst outwardly talks about being a good employer, have some questionable practices, I think it's fair to say, internally, and that workers at Gales need to organise and improve the culture within the stores. They have built up a contact list well into the 80s of workers across Gales in London, and is going round when they're not doing the shift themselves, talking to workers, encouraging them to organise and getting them to join the BFAWU. So sponsored by Thomson Solicitors, this year's recipient is Hazel Davis from Branch 107. So if somebody from Region 1 would like to come up and take it on Hazel's behalf, that would be grand.
It's a privilege for me to hold this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Hazel's going to attend the next regional council and have it presented there to them. Our final award is Union Learner Rep. Education is so vitally important. There's been a thread through every motion that we've talked about today and the rest of the week. Whether you're learning a new skill, becoming more active in the union, learning a new language, or stepping up into a rep's position, we learn every single day. And Union Learner Reps are a vital part of our structures as they support members to learn and upskill. Again, unfortunately, this year's recipient couldn't be at conference, but it's actually a branch rather than a person. And it's one of the new branches in our union. They have, over the last 12 months, doubled their membership as a branch. They've run sessions at Oxford Real Farming Conference on the realities of being a land worker, created a fantastic workers' inquiry report on the same subject, and have travelled around the country doing workshops about both unionising and the issues in the sector they work in around land work, agriculture, and all the issues that they're facing, teaching people and educating people about those issues and the importance of joining a trade union, all off their own back. They've decided that that's something that they want to do as a branch, and it really has been truly inspiring seeing the branch develop and grow as a result. So this year's recipient is Salt Branch 600, and I wonder whether either somebody from 601 or somebody from SUMA would come and just receive the award for them, please. Thanks, Neil.
Infiltrator or something.
That's all right, don't worry. Thanks ever so much.
I'll get that to them.
Yes. And we will make sure that's presented to them properly too. Thanks ever so much, conference. And remember, you know, we need union learner reps. We need all sorts of reps, and start thinking now about who you're going to nominate for next year's conference awards. Thank you.
Conference. What's on tonight? Bingo. I don't know if it's Bongo's bingo or if bingo bongo. It might be Bonkers bingo. Have we got 90 balls in it? Got 90. It's 90 ball bingo and all. Not just any bingo. It's 90 ball bingo. And they're gonna do the photo booth. What an experience! Can I just say thank you for taking part today. And we'll see you in the morning. Don't forget you've got fringe meetings to go to. What time do you want? Yeah. Is that 10 o'clock? Would you like 10? You might be a bit late at finishing, but you know what? 10 o'clock in the morning.
Start at 3:15 or 3:30?
Just to remind you, fringe meetings are starting at 3:30. Don't forget which one you're in.